Hello everyone, and welcome back to X-Ranger. Before we begin, I thought it would be interesting if each of you could leave a comment indicating which part of the world you're joining us from. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. Now let's get comfortable, relax, and start our program. I have kept this to myself for so long that it feels like I'm pulling a splinter that grew roots. Sometimes I think I imagined parts of it. Then I remember the weight of the headset, the plastic pressing the crown of my head, the smell of hot fuel and the sticky vinyl seat, and the click of the camera next to my ear. I remember the way the pilot's hand hovered over the cyclic when he realized what we were looking at. I remember the sick, tight feeling under my ribs that didn't let go for the rest of that day. The worst of it didn't happen in the sky. It happened later in my living room, with 3 smiling strangers sitting on my couch like they owned the place. It was 2008, late summer Tennessee heat that sits on your shoulders even when the sky looks clear. We'd talked about doing a helicopter tour over the Great Smoky Mountains for a couple of years, and we finally decided to stop talking and do it. My husband had a new DSLR he was itching to use. He was excited. I was excited too, but it was the kind of excitement wrapped in nerves. Helicopters are loud and small, and I'm not crazy about being in the air in something that tiny, but I did it. We showed up at the little office with the faded posters on the wall, signed the paper that says, "You understand rotors are sharp and gravity wins," and followed the pilot and the guide out to the pad. Everything is noisy with a helicopter, even before you take off. The blades wind up, and the sound takes over your bones. The guide adjusted my headset and told me where to keep my hands away from, and I nodded and tried to look braver than I felt. We buckled in. The pilot had that calm, cheerful voice you want in a pilot. We lifted off, and the ground fell away, and my stomach did that roller coaster dip and then steadied. The cabin smelled like fuel and hot plastic. The guide pointed out ridgelines and hollows, and the places where the trees make those blue bands of haze the Smokies are known for. It was beautiful. The sun was hard and white, and there were little flashes off distant water that looked like tossed coins. Somewhere past the standard tour loop, the guide tapped the pilot and did the little hand signal that I only understood later. He said something about wildlife into his mic that I only half heard because my brain was busy with noise and motion and sky. The pilot banked us, smooth but tight enough that I felt the pull in my stomach, and we slid along a ridge and then out over a valley that felt tucked away, like it hid from the rest of the world. The guide said, still in that light tour guide tone, that sometimes you see elk down in there. He asked if we wanted to take a tiny detour. He said it like a treat. I remember saying yes without thinking that tiny detour means off route. I wish I had. The first thing that caught my eye wasn't an animal, it was geometry. In the middle of a clearing where the trees thinned just enough for sunlight to hit ground, there were shapes. Lean-to shapes, but not lean-tos. Teepees, not canvas, obviously. Frames, poles or long saplings leaned together in cones. A little cluster of them, and what looked like thin cross braces woven in places. The kind of thing you see kids build with sticks, except these were big and neat and repeated. It looked like a small village. I know how crazy that sounds. I don't mean picture-perfect canvas teepees from a museum. I mean stick frames, the kind of structure that doesn't happen by accident. I'd barely gotten my brain to accept that I was looking at human-looking structures in a place where there shouldn't be any when I saw the first one move. It was to the left of the cluster, coming out of the shadow of a hemlock. It stood up. It had been lower, like it was crouching or stooping, and then it unfolded into standing. It was not a person. It was too big, too wide through the shoulders, the head sitting down into the body like there wasn't much neck, the arms long. I remember the hair first, dark, not jet black, but that deep brown that drinks light, with lighter tips that flashed when the sun hit. The movement was what made my skin go cold. It moved fast, but there was almost no bounce. The steps were long, and it was like the ground didn't push against it the way it does against us. There were more. 4, maybe 5, more shapes moving between the stick cones. The guide's voice in my headphones changed. Less words, more tight sound. The pilot's body language changed. He didn't say we were off route. He didn't need to. My husband was already shooting. I could hear the shutter clicks over the noise of the blades, a flat little machine sound in my ear. He was shooting through the bubble, bracing the camera against the frame, adjusting the zoom like his hands were on their own program. I didn't want to look down, but I didn't want to not know, so I looked. The one nearest the center was moving between 2 of the frames. It lifted an arm, and for a heartbeat I saw the hand splay out, big, thick fingers, not like a glove, but like flesh. Another one cut across the sunlit patch, and I saw the shape of the head, not pointy like a cone, but it wasn't round like a person either. The face had a brow that caught the light and deep-set eyes. I couldn't see detail like eyes and nose from that distance and that angle, but I could see shape and motion and proportion, and none of it said bear or person. Everything in me said, get out now. We were circling. You know the way your inner ear tells you something even before your eyes catch up? I felt the bank as the pilot turned us into a loop over that small valley. The air had that chopped up feeling you get over heat and terrain, and I watched the figures below adjust to our path. That's what made me feel sick. They weren't just moving, they were tracking. Their heads tilted up, and they followed our turn with their faces. If you've ever been watched by something that isn't impressed by you at all, you know that feeling. I was strapped in, and still I felt like I needed to brace against a wall. The guide was scanning hard, pointing, not in the theatrical way of a tour guide, but like he was marking. The pilot kept his voice flat and said something to him that I didn't catch. The camera kept clicking. I tried to tell my husband to stop, to put the camera down, but my mouth was dry and the words didn't want to come out. The closest one in the open moved again, and I saw the way the muscles in the back worked under the hair, the way the hair parted and lay. It stepped over a fallen trunk like it was stepping over a curb. Another one, closer to the trees, turned sideways, and I saw that its chest was broader than any man I've ever seen. It moved with that same weird light step, like it wasn't pushing into the ground, just crossing it. I don't have a better way to say it. They moved like the land was theirs and gravity was optional. I had this stupid thought that they could come up. I know, intellectually, that nothing down there was going to leap into a helicopter a couple 100 feet up. But that was the thought. That was the fear. We were in their open sky, and they felt like they could close distance if they wanted. The pilot must have felt the tension behind him, because without anyone agreeing to it, he widened the circle, and then took us away from that valley and back toward the safe, brochure view. I didn't look back. My hands were shaking, and my knees were tight against the seat in front of me, and the inside of my mouth tasted like pennies. I didn't want to look down and have one of them looking up at me when I did. That's the picture that still finds me sometimes when I'm trying to go to sleep. Landing felt like waking up from a bad dream and realizing the room still looks the same. The pad came up and the blades wound down and the noise loosened its grip on my bones. The guide helped me unclip. I remember how quickly the cheerful beach vibe drained out of both of them. The smiles were still there, but they had edges. The guide asked us to fill out a short feedback card, and we did. And that's how they got our full names, our address, our phone. In hindsight, that's the detail that keeps bothering me. They had us write down the basics. He asked how the flight was, what we liked. He looked at the camera when we were putting it away, and his eyes lingered, but he didn't say a word about what we'd seen. The pilot told us to have a good day and enjoy the rest of our trip. It was like the valley didn't exist. Maybe that was the first warning and I didn't hear it. We drove home and I tried to shake off the feeling. It clung. The house felt dim and too quiet when we stepped inside, like a theater after the lights go up. My husband went straight to the laptop. The camera had an 8 gig card in it, big for us at the time, and he had filled it with bursts. He popped the card out and put it into the reader, and there they were, a line of little thumbnails marching across the screen. I could feel the fear rising again just looking at those tiny rectangles. He clicked one, and it filled the screen. The clearing lit like a stage, the teepee frames plain as day, and there in the same frame, one of them mid-step between the cones, the arms swinging. You could see hair texture, not just color. In another shot, two were visible at once, one nearer, one just beyond the cove of trees. There was one where you could see the shoulder turn, the way the deltoid sat like a rounded hill under the hair. He zoomed in, and the noise of the sensor made it grainy, but you could still see shape. Not a suit, not a person, not a bear. I have eyes. I know what I saw in those pictures. We had decided to keep it quiet and think. Not post anywhere, not call anyone. There was a sick sort of calm between us. We were about 2 hours into that when someone knocked. It was late afternoon, heat still caught in the grass outside, the front door stubborn against the weather strip. 3 men, early middle age, all smiles, short-sleeve button-ups that looked like, "I work, but I'm friendly." And they said they were with a magazine doing a feature on the park and local experience packages. They used a name of a nature magazine I recognized, and that made it worse because I wanted to believe it. They said they'd heard we had just taken a flight and were talking to folks about their experiences, getting some color, maybe buying a couple of shots for their spread if we had good ones. They had that confidence that makes it hard to say no, like they expected to be let in. So you start to feel like you're the weird one if you don't. We let them in. I made a joke about the house being a mess, except I wasn't joking, because I suddenly saw every dust line and out-of-place shoe, and I felt like I had invited something into a space that should have stayed ours. They kept up the friendly patter. They complimented the camera. They knew the model without looking too hard. One of them had a soft case like a tablet or a small laptop. Another carried a thin, hard shell case, like the kind you use for field drives. They sat on our couch, comfortable, not even pretending to be tentative. They asked to see the photos, and before I could say anything, my husband was handing over the camera, because this is what you do when friendly professional people act like they're supposed to be there. They did not look surprised. That was the detail that lingers. They scrolled through the camera like they had done it 100 times before. One of them held the camera and another said he would help us get a better, safer backup because these cards can fail. He plugged our card into his device. He asked to see the laptop, opened our pictures folder, clicked through the thumbnails, nodded. His fingers were confident on our keyboard. He had software open in seconds that I didn't recognize. He was chatting the whole time, easy. He said things about ethics and not misidentifying wildlife, about not sparking panic, about responsible stewardship of images that could be misinterpreted. The words were soft, but they had a point under them. Another of them walked a loop around our living room like he was checking our space, taking it in, and then sat back down and watched my face while the other two worked. He smiled a lot. Within minutes, the pictures on our screen stopped being there. A small progress bar I hadn't noticed ran to the end. The folder emptied. He clicked over to the recycle bin. Empty. He checked our external drive. He found the copy my husband had made, because of course we had copied them before ever opening the door, and then, with the same patient friendliness, he removed those too. He handed me the card at one point and asked if we wanted him to format it properly to make sure it was in good shape. I said no, and he did it anyway, fingers already pressing the buttons. He said it was best practice. He told us, still polite, that it was better if we didn't share those particular shots because people would make a mess of it, because there are protocols, because sometimes folks go looking for things they shouldn't and get hurt. He said, in this airy tone like it was a fun aside, that everyone would be better off if this stayed between us and the people who handle these things. He thanked us for understanding. It wasn't a threat in the way you think of a threat. It was a velvet rope we were suddenly on the wrong side of. They stood, One of them shook my hand, and his skin was cool and dry, and his eyes didn't meet mine for more than a second, like looking would be a promise. They walked back out into the heat and the light. There was a vehicle idling at the curb, the kind of SUV you see everywhere, nondescript. They got in and left. I stood in the doorway longer than I should have, watching the place on the street where they had been until the sound of our refrigerator motor kicked on and snapped me back. Back inside, my husband opened the camera and scrolled. Nothing. He tried the laptop again. The folder was empty. He checked the drive. Gone. I watched his shoulders go tight in a way I hadn't seen since the day a doctor said a word we didn't want to hear many years ago. He didn't get angry. He got quiet. I sat down on the stairs because my legs didn't feel like stairs were a good idea anymore, and I stared at the blank little square where the thumbnails had been. It felt invasive. That's the word that fits. I had never thought of a living room as a place where you could lose something that way. I didn't cry, I didn't scream, I just sat there with my hand on the banister like I was holding onto the house itself. I know how it reads. I know what words people are going to reach for. I'm not interested in convincing anyone. I'm writing down what happened that day and the way it felt. In the sky, looking down, seeing those frames and those massive moving shapes that weren't lumbering and clumsy but quick and precise, like they had been made for that terrain. The way my body reacted before my brain could. The way the pilot went still and professional the second he realized what was under us. And then the front door, the knock, the smiles, the erasing. I have lived my whole life thinking that evidence is this magic thing that settles arguments. That day taught me something I didn't want to learn. The world isn't fair, and if something is important enough to someone else, your evidence won't make it past your own couch. People ask what exactly those things looked like, and I keep reaching for new words and coming up short. They were huge, and they were not clumsy. The hair lay in places in a way that told me there was real muscle under it, not padding. The shoulders were unbelievable. The legs moved without that human knee dip. The arms hung low. The heads were ancient looking, I guess, not caveman, not cartoonish, just not ours. The speed is the one part I can't get off like a burr. You think big means slow. This was big, and it crossed ground like the ground helped. Light. If I had looked down and seen a dozen hikers in ghillie suits, I would have felt ridiculous and relieved. I didn't. That's not what was down there. Here's what someone might say next. Why not call the tour company? Why not call the magazine and check those names? Why not raise a stink? The answer is simple. I was afraid. I was afraid of being told exactly the kind of sentence that shuts you up. I was afraid of more knocks on the door. I was afraid of feeling the way I felt sitting on my own stairs, watching our own photos evaporate like they were never there. Fear doesn't always look like screaming. Sometimes it looks like closing your mouth and making dinner and staring at a blank screen for a very long time. The thing I can't shake is the memory of the clearing itself. You hear a lot of talk about chaos in the woods, random deadfall, wind throw, natural mess. That place wasn't a mess. Those stick frames were arranged like a plan. The ground between them looked trampled in paths. There was no smoke that I could see, no fire ring, nothing that made sense from a human camping point of view. It was strange and ordered and private, and we floated over it in a bubble, loud and shiny and uninvited, snapping pictures like tourists. No wonder something looked up at us and followed our turn. Sometimes when the house is quiet in the evening, when the hum of the fridge is the loudest thing and you can hear tires far off and the neighbor's dog makes that soft chuff in its sleep, I think about the pilot's forearm tensing, about my husband's finger on the shutter, about the frames moving under us like pieces on a board we weren't supposed to see. The worst part, the part that still makes my skin tighten when I remember it, isn't the figures. It's the moment one of those men, all smiles and soft voice, put our card back on the table like a favor and told us, still friendly, that some things live better as stories. He meant it as reassurance. I heard it as a warning. That night, just before midnight, when everything was finally dark and still, and the house had stopped feeling like it was holding its breath, there was a single clean knock from the back of the house. One, not two, then nothing. I lay there, eyes open in the dark, and waited for a second knock that never came. I still don't have an explanation for that either. Story 2. I've gone back and forth about writing this for a long time because every time I try, my chest tightens like I'm back on that hill holding my breath. This wasn't a long camping trip or some drawn-out saga. It was one evening, one hill, one lake, and whatever those things were, standing closer to me than I ever want a stranger to stand in the dark. It was in 2002, early fall, near Ashland, Oregon. We were celebrating our 4th anniversary. We didn't have money for a big trip that year, so we did our own thing, grabbed a blanket, a small cooler, 2 sandwiches, and drove out of town toward the foothills with the idea of finding a quiet spot to watch the stars. It wasn't a secret spot, nothing like that. A friend had mentioned a turnout off the old highway that leads to a reservoir east of town with a small knoll you could walk up and see the whole lake. We left before sunset, took Highway 66, turned onto a Forest Service road that had those washboard ridges that make your teeth chatter, and parked by a crumpled metal cattle gate. No other cars. Quiet. The air had that clean pine and dust smell. You know that dry smell when the sun's been on the grass all day, and then the shade comes and it cools quick? That. We carried the blanket and the cooler up a short path where deer had cut through. The knoll wasn't high, just a little bump with knee-high grass and a soft slope down to the shore. There were a couple of scrubby oaks and a few pines behind us, enough to feel tucked in but not hidden. The lake was low that year, so the shoreline had this pale fringe where the waterline had dropped. You could see a slick of mud further down that had dried into a cracked pattern. We set the blanket down. It was one of those old wool ones with a strip of nylon edging, kind of scratchy. The cooler was just one of those small blue ones with a white lid. 2 sandwiches wrapped in wax paper, a bag of chips, and a thermos of coffee. Nothing fancy. We ate, talked in low voices like people do when the place around them is quiet. Ducks were down in the reeds on the near side, picking at the water. Something big splashed once on the far side, the way carp do. The sun slid behind the pines west of the water, and the sky went from white to blue to a deeper blue, with that one bright planet showing up before anything else. It felt like a good idea. It felt like we'd picked the perfect, simple plan. We were lying back on the blanket, looking up, when the first thing felt off. It wasn't a sound at first. It was the way the air seemed to hold its breath. The ducks went quiet. The crickets kept going, but underneath got still. I propped up on my elbows to look at the lake again, and something on the opposite shore caught my eye. Movement that wasn't the wind. It took a second for my brain to make sense of the shapes, because they were big, but they didn't thrash around like elk or move together like people with flashlights would. 1, then 2, then more, spread along the far curve of the water, almost evenly spaced. I counted 6 without wanting to count any more. They drifted around the shoreline, not straight lines, more like they were following the edge. Big, tall, wide-shouldered shapes, stepping smooth with this weird lack of bounce. If you've ever watched a tall person walk across a field, you see the shoulders go up and down. These didn't. They just covered ground. I sat all the way up and put my hand on my husband's arm, not hard, just enough to say, "See that?" without saying it. He sat up too. We didn't talk. It was automatic. Our eyes went to the same points as they moved. At that distance, about 100 yards or a little more, you can tell a lot by how something moves. These weren't people in bulky coats. No headlamps, no talking, no glint of metal or gear. They weren't deer or elk. No side-to-side antler movement, no herd bunching. They were upright, two-legged, long-armed, and they moved with a purpose. I kept trying to force my brain to call them something I already knew so I could stop feeling the prickling spread across my scalp. It got darker, and the lake turned that flat, dark glass color where it carries a little sky in it. The six shapes kept working their way around, not rushing but not slow. No splashing into the water, just skirting close to it, sometimes stepping into where the mud had dried and made those cracking sounds like thin pottery breaking. Every once in a while one would pause, turn a bit, and then continue like it had adjusted its line. It felt like watching something in the middle of doing exactly what it planned to do, and we were the accidental witnesses on the sidelines. We stayed very still. I didn't even realize I had been holding my breath until my chest hurt and I let out a shaky one and felt embarrassed by my own noise, even though no one could hear over the distance. The knoll gave us a good view, but it also made me feel exposed. I remember thinking stupidly that the pattern on the blanket was probably visible from far away. It's funny what your brain does when it wants to feel like it has control. We watched like that for, I don't know how long. Time felt strange. Long enough for the stars to fill in more, for the temperature to drop to that point where you pull the corners of the blanket up around your shoulders. Long enough for my back to start to ache from holding one position. I was just about to whisper that we should pack up and head back to the car before it got too dark to see the path, when the whole thing shifted from far to close. We stood up to shake the blanket out, and that's when I realized we weren't alone on our side of the water. Two shapes were down below us, closer to the line where the scrub met the slope, maybe 30 yards away. Close enough to see them without guessing. Close enough that if it had been two people, I would have said hello to break the tension of being that near someone in the dark. But these weren't people. They were standing side by side at first, not touching, not hiding, just there, watching. My eyes adjusted and picked up details you can't mistake. Tall, at least a head taller than the tallest person I know. Wide shoulders that made the torso look like a block. Long arms that hung lower than I wanted them to. There was a pale line across the chest of one, like a scar or lighter hair. The head wasn't sitting on the body like ours do. The neck was there, but thick, and the head seemed set forward a bit, like everything was built for power. The face wasn't covered in long hair. I could see skin, dark in tone, with heavier hair around the cheeks and jaw. The brow was, I don't know how to explain it except to say it stuck out more. The eyes were set deep. Even before we used the flashlight, I could see that the eye area was shadowed in a way human eyes aren't, and yet it wasn't an animal face I know. I wanted to look away, but couldn't, because the bigger one was looking straight at us, and there was nothing casual in it. It wasn't even aggressive. It was measuring. Something happened then that still makes my stomach flip when I think about it. The one on the left, the slightly smaller one, started moving its mouth. Not like a yawn or a lip smack. Deliberate. The lips pulled back and pushed forward and made shapes I've never seen a human mouth make. The sound that came with it wasn't a growl. It wasn't a monkey kind of sound either. It was almost like someone trying to talk with numb lips, a mix of mumbled vowels and clipped consonants, a rhythm like speech, but with none of the words I know. It didn't feel random. It felt like it was saying something to the other one. The bigger one didn't answer with sound. It just turned its head slightly toward the one making noise and then back to us, like a parent keeping an eye on a kid while still watching the street. I felt this cold shoot down my back that had nothing to do with the air. We were being evaluated. I had been nervous watching the six on the far side of the water, but this made that feel like nothing. This was close, personal. This was, what are you? What do we do about you energy? I couldn't move. My legs felt like I'd been sitting on them for an hour even though I was standing. Whatever part of my husband's brain still worked reached for our flashlight. It was one of those heavy ones with big batteries that weighs like a club. He clicked it on. The beam hit the smaller one first, dead on the face. The reaction was instant and awful. It hissed, really hissed, like a cat but deeper, and the lips pulled back enough that I saw teeth. Not fangs, teeth, human-like in shape but big and looked not white from brushing, if that makes sense. The eyes in that beam reflected this hard white, almost like when you catch a deer but not green or red, white. And for a second it made them look like holes in the head. The bigger one lifted an arm into the beam in a way that wasn't a flinch. It was controlled, like it was shielding its face the way you would block a bright light with your hand. Then both of them stepped back, not far, just enough to put the shrubs between us and them, and the hiss turned into this low, steady sound I felt more in my chest than in my ears. Behind them, down by the water, I realized the six had stopped moving. They were standing along the shoreline, spaced out like they were waiting for a cue. They weren't charging or anything ridiculous, they were just there. This fixed line of dark shapes against the slightly lighter lake. We started to back up. It wasn't even a decision. If you've ever had a dog you don't know stand in your path and you keep your hands low and your voice soft and you don't turn your back, that's what it felt like, only 100 times worse. We folded the blanket with dumb, fumbling hands without looking down. The flashlight beam stayed on the two the entire time. Any time my husband pointed it away, even a little, they eased forward that same little bit to keep their distance the same. It was like a math problem neither of us had been told we were doing. When the beam went back in their faces, they held. The bigger one didn't hiss, but I heard a clack once, like teeth meeting hard. We walked backward up the slight rise, toward the line of trees where the path back to the car started. Every tiny twig that cracked under my heel sounded like a gunshot in my ears. My mouth was so dry, I had to swallow around nothing. I kept expecting to trip over a root or a rock, and I kept feeling for my husband's sleeve with my fingers to make sure we were in step. The two down below us moved when we did. They stayed about the same distance off our right. Not stalking, not hiding. Escorted is the only word that fits, and I hate how it sounds, but that's what it felt like. They were making sure we were going a certain way. Away. When we hit the tree line, I turned my head because I couldn't not look. The six along the water were still there, but two had shifted in a way that made the line look like it was bending toward us. That's when I felt a real pull in my chest to go. Not run, because I knew in a way I can't explain that running would switch us from whatever box we were in to a different one. Just go. The path back to the car was hardly a path, more a strip of packed dirt where other hikers had cut the same way. The beam from the flashlight made the trunks jump out of the dark and jerked back to the right every few steps to keep the two on our flank lit. They didn't come into the trees with us. They stayed where the slope met the scrub, matching how fast we moved. We would take 3 steps, stop, the beam would hold, we would take 3 more. It felt like it took an hour to cover what probably would have been 3 minutes. The car came into view as a shape and a relief, and I have never been so happy to see a dusty old vehicle in my life. The little click of the key fob unlocking the doors sounded like it echoed, even though it probably didn't. We didn't turn our backs until the last possible second. He opened my door with one hand, keeping the light in the other, and I slid in and reached across to pull the lock. He went around, his beam still on them, and for a second as the light slid across their faces, I saw that white reflection again, and that motion of the lips, and the hairs on my arm stood up so hard it hurt. They did not come closer. They did not run. They stood like bell guards while we got in. The engine turning over was the loudest sound in the world. He threw the flashlight into my lap, and I held it pointing out the window, even though I couldn't hold it steady, and he backed us out of the turnout and onto the dirt road. The two by the hill didn't follow. They watched. As soon as the trees blocked them from view, I realized I was shaking so hard my teeth were touching. We reached the highway and turned toward town, and only then did I let my shoulders drop an inch. We didn't speak for a long time. When we finally did, it wasn't anything profound. Just the practical stuff. You saw it? Yes. How many? 6 at the water, 2 here. Simple. Even saying that now makes my throat tight. I don't care if someone thinks I miscounted. I know what I saw. The mental image of that mouth moving, like language, like a question, sits in my head like a nail. I had the weirdest urge to apologize out loud while we were backing up. Not for being on the hill, for shining the light, for surprising them. It felt less like we discovered something and more like we walked into a room we shouldn't have, and they let us leave. I never felt more observed in my life than I did beside that lake. There was a moment when the beam hit their eyes and the hiss came that everything else went away. It wasn't danger in the way of a car swerving at you. It was danger like a test you might fail if you do the wrong thing. And the wrong thing was anything but backing up and getting out. We went back the next day in daylight. I know people will ask that. We went because we were too wound up not to. It was mid-morning by the time we got there, and the place was just a knoll and a lake again. Footprints? I know that's the next question. The shoreline where we saw the 6 was a mess of prints from deer, raccoon, birds, and the cracked mud had flaked. On our side, in the scrub under the grass and leaves and pine needles, I didn't see anything I would take a photo of and argue over. I saw a vague depression here and there, but nothing clean, and the feeling was gone. Which almost made it worse, like the night had shut and opened, and we'd been pushed back to normal without a choice. I don't tell this to many people because I'm not in the mood to argue. I don't care about convincing anyone. I'm writing this because I can still feel the pressure in my chest from that low sound, and because the part that scares me most wasn't the 6 across the lake. It was the 2 a few steps away, the way the mouth moved like a person talking, and the way those eyes flashed white in the beam, and the way I knew in my bones that they were deciding what to do about us. We weren't out there doing a cute little nature date. We were the thing out of place. I can hear the night we drove away if I sit still with my own lights off. The rumble of the tires on gravel. The brief lift of the nose of the car when we hit the pavement. The shallow breathing I didn't realize I was doing. And then quiet. That sharp quiet that happens after a scare, where every sound is too loud. When we pulled into our driveway, he turned off the engine, and for a second the car ticked as it cooled, and the world felt normal again. And then my brain replayed the hiss like it was happening right next to my ear, and I froze with my hand on the door handle. The last thing I remember from the hill before we turned away for good was that quick white blink from the beam, and then the light moved, and there was nothing where a second before there had been 2 huge shapes, just brush and dark. Like the night ate them and left us standing there with our dumb blanket in our hands. I still don't have anything better than that. Story 3. My name is Matthew. I don't usually put myself out there like this, but I've been carrying this around since late summer of 2014, and it's one of those things that doesn't loosen its grip no matter how many times you tell yourself to let it go. I was staying at Mandy's boarding house in Claremont, Wyoming back then. It's the kind of place people crash when work is seasonal and paychecks are uneven. Cheap room, soft floors, kitchen that smells like coffee and pine sol in the mornings, and something else by night. Mandy is kind, but by late afternoon, she always had a cup in her hand and a glass clinking on the counter, so I kept to my room a lot. I was between jobs that week and had too much time on my hands. That day was stupidly normal, until it wasn't. It was a late afternoon, the kind where the sun feels tired and the shadows actually feel good on your skin. The light was that dusty gold you only get at the end of August. I'd been restless all day, so I grabbed a water bottle, pulled on my boots, and took a small pocket knife out of habit. Nothing else, no plan. There's a narrow trail that starts behind Mandy's place and winds out past a chain-link fence into scrub and then into the edge of public land. You can follow deer tracks down into a little shaded valley if you know where to step over the barbed wire where it's already bent. It's not a true hike. It's just something to do when your brain needs quiet. The heat hit my face when I stepped onto the gravel backlot, that clay dust smell mixed with old motor oil and cut grass. As soon as I passed the trash cans and the smell of beer and bleach faded, the air changed. Sage, dry dirt, that sharp green from cottonwoods down in the draw. The ground under my boots was baked hard where the sun hit and soft where old needles collected. The only sound for a while was my steps and a couple of grasshoppers kicking off. A pickup rumbled on the road, and then it was gone, and all I could hear were my own breaths. I followed the deer path down into the shade. The temperature dropped a notch. The sun slid behind the ridge, and everything got that bluish tone you get in the late afternoon when the heat is still in the rocks, but the air starts to cool. There were Douglas fir and a few spruce down in that pocket, little patches of moss on the north sides of things where the seep from a spring kept it damp. The ground had that mix of duff and dirt that muffles your steps. It felt good to get out of the strip of town and bend into something older than the sound of someone's TV through thin walls. I didn't go far. Maybe 15 minutes from the back fence, before the draw opened up into a shallow valley you couldn't see from the street. A clearing cut out in an odd way. Not a meadow, not a logging deck, just open enough to notice. That's where I stopped because I saw something that made me think kids had been playing out there. At first glance, it looked like forts, lean-tos. But as I walked closer, I realized this wasn't some boy's afternoon project. These were structures, not huge, but bigger than anything a person would knock together without tools. Poles leaned into each other in cones, long branches laid across and interwoven with smaller ones. Leaves and ferns and actual mats of moss pressed into the cracks. They weren't random. There were several of them in a loose ring, each with a gap low on one side like an entrance. Inside, I could see where the ground was cleared. No rocks, no sticks. The moss lining the edges was green and wet to the touch, which means someone had pulled it that day from where it grows shaded. My fingers smelled like wet dirt and pine after I lifted a piece and set it back exactly how I found it. It wasn't art. It wasn't trash. It looked like a place to shelter. I'm not trying to make it more mysterious than it was. It just hit me, fast and hard, that these were put here on purpose and not by a weekend bushcrafter. The sticks were long, heavier than they looked, some still tacky at the cut ends where sap had wept. They were carried, leaned, woven. A person could crouch inside. More than one person could fit if they squeezed. The whole clearing had paths connecting the openings, ground pressed down from use, no boot prints, just use. I felt my stomach drop. I hadn't felt watched before that because my head was busy looking at things, but the second I understood what I was seeing, the feeling like eyes fixed on my back rolled over me. The birds shut up. That's the only way I know how to say it. The bush sound went flat. Even the tiny breeze that had been brushing the tips of the grass felt like it went still. My first smart thought was to leave. My first actual move was to turn in a slow circle and count the huts. 4, 5, maybe 6. Take one long look at the tree line and tell myself to back out the way I came. I didn't make it 3 steps before the sound changed. There was a sharp, wet crunch from the far side of the clearing. Not branch, not rock. Hoof. Then another. Out of the brush came an elk. A young one, not a calf. Not full grown. Maybe a yearling. I don't know. The side of it was opened up in a way that made my knees go loose. It wasn't a clean hunter's shot. There was a rip high on its flank, blood slicked down the hair and stringing from the belly. It limped into the open with this jerky sway, head low, ears flat and flicking. It made a sound I can still hear if I let my guard down, a breathy grunt pant that had pain under it. Time did what it does when something is wrong. It stretched so thin, I felt like I couldn't get a full breath. The elk made it past the very center of the clearing and angled slightly toward the thicker trees on my left, like it was trying to put something between itself and whatever was behind it. That's when I saw movement on the edge where it came from. Two dark shapes in the line of trees that didn't read as deer, didn't read as human, didn't read as bear either. I crouched without thinking, one knee into the ground. I moved behind a deadfall that had a rotten log big enough to hide the lower half of me. I didn't take my eyes off that line. They stepped out enough to be seen. I didn't get a good look at faces then. It was limbs and body and motion, huge shoulders under dark hair that didn't shine. It absorbed light. Long arms. I saw hands. The first one moved in a way I have never seen in person. It dropped forward just slightly, and its knuckles touched down, and the other arm swung through, and then it stood back up to take 2 more steps. Not a full-on knuckle walk like a zoo gorilla does all the time, more like a choice when the ground needed it. It was smooth, and it made almost no sound compared to its size. The second did the same, alternating between those long, upright steps and pushes off the front knuckles when it needed power. They weren't chasing. They were keeping distance on purpose from the elk, like they wanted it in the open where it would tire and bleed. I don't know if this is going to make sense, but the way they moved told me they were comfortable in that space. Like the open was theirs, and the trees were doorways, not cover. Every hair on my arm stood up. My tongue tasted like pennies. My brain kept flipping through everything I know that moves on 2 legs and on 4 and couldn't find a home for what I was seeing. They weren't covered in mud or leaves like some guy in a suit. There was weight in the steps, but not slamming. The tread was controlled, the elbows bent, the shoulders rolled. They knew how to use their bodies and their size. They were taller than any man I know by at least 1.5 heads, and they weren't lanky like a tall kid. They were stacked through the chest and back, powerful. The elk stumbled and nearly went down, legs splaying, hooves skidding in the damp dirt near the spring seep. It caught itself and lurched, and the first dark one stopped dead in the open. It turned its head away from the animal and scanned the whole valley like it was checking where everyone was in the room. Then it turned and looked straight through where I was hiding. I felt the pressure of that look hit me in the chest. Even from that distance, even with shadows playing tricks, I knew it had me pegged. The second one took 2 steps, and then, in the same breath, stood all the way up. Not angled forward, but upright like me, and it was taller than the first. Both of them were upright now, side by side, and for a few solid seconds the elk was irrelevant. They were measuring the valley, the open space, and me. I could see the lines of hair on the forearms, the long fingers, the way the hair breaks under a joint when it bends. The same heavy brow ridge that made the eyes look set back. Dark skin under the hair where the arm was thinner. They looked, and I knew I was not part of the plan. I wasn't prey, I wasn't friend. I was a problem they had already solved by deciding not to deal with me. That's the moment that broke me. Not the blood, not the way their hands looked, not the weird knuckle and foot rhythm. The way I understood, with no words and no reason, that I was an intruder in a camp that wasn't meant for anything human. I was at their doorstep, while something else they were doing was in play, and I had nothing to do with it. The elk made a weak jump and crashed against a stand of young spruce, and the second one flicked its head toward it without taking eyes off me for a beat. Then both turned back to the job like I had passed out of their frame. The dismissal hit harder than a growl would have. I backed up slow. My knee popped because I'd been crouched too long. That little pop sounded like a gunshot in my own ears. Neither of them flinched. I took 2 more steps, keeping the deadfall between me and the clearing, and then my body did what my brain couldn't lock down. I bolted. I don't remember standing. I remember the sudden thunder of my heart and the way the ground slid a little under my boots as I pushed off. I ran the way you run in dreams, where your legs don't feel like they belong to you, and the space behind you is a magnet. I expected to hear pursuit. I expected heavy steps, brush smashing, breath on my neck. There was none of it. The only sounds were the small snaps of twigs under my own feet, and the rasp of air in my throat, and one distant thud from the direction of the clearing that could have been anything. Up the draw, over the barbed wire at the low spot where I always cross, skin catching and leaving a light scrape on my jeans, across the dry wash, up the path. The light was going out of the world, and my shadow kept swinging in front of me in the long beams and making me think someone was reaching. By the time I hit the back of Mandy's place, my shirt was stuck to my spine and my mouth felt like I'd been chewing cotton. My hands shook when I fumbled the gate latch. I almost went straight in through the kitchen, but stopped and looked behind me without meaning to, into the strip of brush that leads to the draw. Nothing. Just leaves and the narrow trail and the tiny wave of sage in a small breeze. Inside, the house was exactly how it is every evening. The sink was full. There was the clink of ice in a glass and low music from a small radio on the counter. I nodded at the shape in the kitchen doorway without adding any details, not even a hi. I went straight to my room and shut the door and slid the simple little bolt across, even though I was 2 feet inside my own place. Stupid, I know. That thin bolt would not stop anything with real intent. But my hand needed to do it. I pulled the curtain shut all the way so there was no gap at the edge. I stood there with my hand still on the fabric. I could feel my pulse in my palm. I don't know how long I stood like that before my legs remembered I still had to exist. I sat on the edge of the bed. My boots left dirt on the floor, and I stared at the smear without seeing it. I took out my pocket knife and put it on the nightstand like a talisman. My brain didn't have a script for what to do next. I didn't pick up my phone right away because I didn't want to see my own face reflected black in the screen. When I did, it was to search things like wood structures, Wyoming branches, moss, and then, because that gave me nothing, weird huts in woods, elk hurt, followed not wolves. And then the obvious words I didn't want to type until I did, and started reading stories that made my skin crawl because pieces matched. Not the crazy parts, just those small details like the silence swooping down on you. The knuckle touch, the way your brain says go before your feet do. I didn't tell Mandy. Not then. I didn't have the words. She had her own numbing routine, and I knew how that conversation would go, even if she tried to be kind. I locked the door. I pushed my dresser 2 inches closer to it, like that would make a difference. I turned off my light and sat in the dark, because for some reason, light made me feel visible. In the quiet, my own breathing was loud. I could hear the refrigerator motorcycle on and off, and the faint hum of the radio through the wall, and the sound of Mandy moving around getting ready to turn in. That kind of normal can feel like a tarp laid over a spill. I waited for sounds from outside. Part of my brain told me to listen for heavy steps on gravel, for a knock that would make no sense. None came. Nothing followed me. When I closed my eyes, I saw the two of them standing, long hands, thick wrists, shoulders like someone wearing a yoke, both looking over me and then past me like I was a cow that wandered onto a ball field during a game. I remember the exact feeling in my legs when I realized I wasn't going to be chased. Relief isn't the right word. It was like being let out of a room you shouldn't have entered, allowed to leave. I keep turning that around in my head, and it doesn't change. Later, after a lot of reading and after replaying every step, I made peace with what conclusion fits the facts for me. The structures weren't a joke. The elk was theirs to finish in their way, with patience and pressure, not the way a wolf pack runs something till it drops. The two I saw aren't animals in the way people like to say just an animal. Whatever they are, they use space and build and watch, and that valley wasn't mine. I was in a camp that wasn't human. That's the clearest way I can put it. I get asked if there was a smell. The answer is yes, but I didn't clock it until I was back in my room and it was on my hands. That mix of sweat, wet bark, iron from the elk carried on the air, and this musky, hot smell like a wet dog but heavier and not dirty. The kind of smell that smells like a body more than like rot. When I rubbed my fingers together, the sap from that moss-lined entrance was still tacky. I scrubbed my hands, and the memory didn't go anywhere. It's not the kind of detail you could make up without having had it jam itself under your nails first. I've gone back through that valley since, but that's not this story. This story is that one day, that one end of summer afternoon into evening, when I learned that not every quiet place is empty. The worst second of it, the one that still shows up when I least want it, is that scan. Both of them upright, looking through me to the shape of the space, deciding in less than a breath whether I was worth changing their plan. They left me to walk out. I still don't know why. I still feel that look in my chest. And the last thing from that day, the part that makes my shoulders tighten even now as I type, is how it ended. I was sitting in the dark on my bed, with the curtain pulled and the bolt slid, and the radio a soft buzz through the wall. My heart finally slowed. My breathing went quiet. Then, out of nowhere, the house popped the way old houses do when they settle for the night. A sharp little tick in the wall by the window, and the sound hit my spine like a jolt, because for half a second before my brain caught up, I thought it was a step in the gravel outside my door. It wasn't. It was nothing. It just happened, and then it was gone. And I sat there frozen with my hand halfway to the knife that wouldn't have mattered, staring at the dark window, waiting for a second sound that never came. I don't have anything better than that. Story 4. I don't share this much because it always turns into jokes or someone trying to explain it away for me. I grew up in a suburb on the western side of Indiana in the 1990s, and our whole little neighborhood had a routine after school. We'd get off the bus, drop our backpacks, grab a couple of dollars if we could shake them out of couch cushions or a parent's junk drawer, and walk to this corner store that smelled like floor cleaner and warm candy. The owner kept the good stuff up front in clear bins. We'd load up on now and laters, a sleeve of Smarties, sour straws, maybe a glass bottle of orange soda if we felt rich, and then we'd cut behind the dumpsters and hop the chain link to get to the ravine. If you didn't grow up there, ravine probably sounds dramatic. It wasn't the Grand Canyon. It was a gash between neighborhoods with a creek that ran brown in spring and clear in summer, with a concrete culvert under the road that had layers of old graffiti and names you'd see and pretend not to read out loud. On one side was a steep dirt hill, dotted with scrub trees and an old fallen cottonwood. On the other side was a softer slope, with a path kids had cut over years of sliding down on our butts. We'd skip stones, dare each other to walk the lip of the culvert and sit on the roots with our shoes in the water until someone's parent yelled from the top that dinner was ready. It was a fall day. You know the kind. Air a little sharp, leaves blown into corners, grass gone from green to that last tired yellow. We still wore t-shirts because the sun was warm enough, but we all had sweatshirts tied around our waists. You could smell dry leaves, damp dirt, that slightly sour creek smell, and somebody's dryer sheet drifting down from the houses above. I remember because of how many little normal things locked into place before everything flipped. There were 5 or 6 of us that day, a mix of ages like always. One of the older kids could get a smooth, flat rock to skip 6 or 7 times. He showed off with this low wrist flick, and we all tried to copy and mostly got 2 hops and a plop. We were loud, sugared up, throwing handfuls of pebbles and pretending to be serious about stone-skipping rules we made up on the spot. The sun sat right on the edge of the trees, so the creek had bright and dark patches, shiny 1 second, then shadow the next, when a breeze moved the branches. I kicked at the damp edge and picked a rock with a nice weight, turned sideways, and started my throw. Everything changed with a single sound. It was not like any rock I'd ever heard hit that place. It wasn't the slap splash of a thrown stone. It was a violent slam that made the mud jump. It hit so hard the sound came up under our feet. It was a boulder, a real chunk of rock the size of a lawn chair cushion, bigger than any of us would even try to drag, let alone toss. It landed on the near bank with a thud and skidded half into the shallows, sending water up in a curtain and mud across my shins. For a second, nobody said anything. Candy wrappers fluttered in someone's hand and then went still. The sound of the creek got swallowed up by the memory of that single impact. Dust hung in the air, that powdery smell when something fresh breaks open. On the side facing up, you could see a pale scrape where it had been raw inside before today. It hadn't rolled down the creek bed. It was new to that spot. It came from above. Every kid, like we shared the same brainstem, looked up at the top of the steep side where the brambles are. The slope there has roots sticking out like handles and bare dirt where kids slip, and farther up are saplings that snag your clothes. On that rim, framed by leaves and sky, something was moving that wasn't a branch. It wasn't subtle, it was big and standing, and it was moving its arms in a way that wasn't random. I didn't have a word for it in that exact second. My stomach knew anyway. It looked like a giant ape, and I hate typing that. It had the shape your mind wants to label from some zoo picture. Massive upper body, arms too long, no neck to speak of, head kind of sunk into shoulders, but taller, wider, more there. Dark hair, not shiny, more like it ate the light. The arms went up and out and down in a kind of repeated sweep, and the sound it made wasn't a word and wasn't a simple yell. It was loud without being a scream, a deep chest thing that traveled down the hill and into my ribs. It was pointing its whole body at us and saying, "Go," without knowing a single word from us. Next to it, slightly back, was another one, smaller. Not small like us. Small, like not the size of the other. It moved different, curious. Leaned forward around the bigger one, and then ducked back behind its hip like it couldn't help itself. That first one, the big one, kept that arm movement going, and there was a rhythm to the sound that wasn't random. It would bark out a rough chuff, then a string of quicker sounds, then another big chesty thing. My brain was trying to make it match animals I knew. It didn't hit any of them. Coyotes yip and laugh, dogs bark, cows bellow. This was none of that. It felt like noise with intent, and every one of us knew it was about us. Someone to my left dropped a candy bag without realizing it, and it caught on a little branch and rattled, and the sound sounded like a shout in the middle of all that new quiet. The smaller one stepped out from behind the big one again, looked down at us, and then made this decision that made no sense to my human brain. It started down the slope toward us. Not like a cat, not bounding like a deer. It came down with a kind of 4-then-2 rhythm, using its long arms when the hill was too steep, then standing up when it had flat patches. It moved fast without looking like a run. It was as if that slope was stairs, and it knew every step. The big one went from chest noise to full-on frantic. The sounds came faster. It snapped branches without really needing to, just to make a sound. It smacked a trunk with an open hand so hard I heard the hollow thock across the water. It threw another rock, smaller, down into the creek, so it splashed hard enough to hit our shoes. It wanted the smaller one to stop. That was the second my body had the stupid fight between laugh and run. One of the younger boys made a noise. I won't call it a scream because it wasn't afraid in a movie sense. It was the kind of sound you make when something you didn't think was possible is suddenly there in front of you and your lungs forget how to be lungs. It cut through me. I was half a second from bolting when another sense hit me first. The smell. It rolled down the slope ahead of the small one like its own thing. It wasn't skunk. People always say skunk, and I get why, because it grabs your nose and sits there. But skunk has that sharpness that fades. This was thick. It was like wet dog that had slept in a dumpster behind a butcher shop in summer, mixed with hot ammonia like a dirty litter box, and something sour sweet under it like rotten fruit. It caught the back of my throat and put a film on my tongue. It felt sticky, like the stink itself had weight and was landing on our skin. It made one of the kids gag. It's the only time in my life a smell made me feel like I was being touched. The smaller one was close enough by then that details stopped being a debate. It was on our side of halfway. It was taller than us by a lot, not full-grown like the one on the rim, but huge next to a human kid. The arms hung well below where ours would. The hair was patchy in places, matting in others, damp-looking on its chest. The face stopped me. It wasn't animal in the way you expect. It had this mashed look, like it had taken hits or like the bone wasn't set straight. The brow was heavy. The nose looked flattened and wide, and there were old marks, healed, across one side of the face that could have been scars. The eyes were deep set and focused. There wasn't madness in them. There was curiosity, a kind of puzzled, kid-like "what are you" that felt almost worse because I understood it. It got near the water and paused and looked at us like it had walked into the wrong playground but still wanted to try the slide. I didn't breathe. I could hear the little slaps of water against rocks, and I could hear the small one's breath, fast and wet, and the big one's sounds above getting more frantic to the point it sounded like shouting. The smaller one reached a hand out, and that's when I saw nails, not claws like a cat, not human-trimmed nails. Thick, dirty, curved a little, more like flat horn. The skin, where there wasn't hair, was a dark, tough-looking color, like the skin on the bottom of a foot. It took one more step and tilted its head, and for a stupid second I had this surge of recognition, like the way a toddler watches older kids and wants in. None of us moved. That probably saved us. The big one exploded down the slope in a movement that didn't fit its size. I don't know how else to say it. 1 second it was up there shaking branches, and the next it was halfway down, then at the bottom. It didn't slide, it planted and released, and the ground didn't slow it. It hit the flat by the creek with a thud you could feel. I saw the width of it then, the way its shoulders filled the space, the way its head seemed set forward and down like everything about it was built to drive. It grabbed the smaller one by the upper arm and the back of the neck in one motion that wasn't rough but wasn't gentle. The hand wrapped around the smaller one's arm, and I saw the hand size in a way that sticks with me. The span made the small one's bicep look like a kid holding a cat. It turned in the same movement, swung its body, and in what felt like one long step, it was back on the slope with the smaller one tucked in. The small one made a protest sound that wasn't fear exactly, more like embarrassed, like getting pulled away from something you want. And the big one answered with a hard, fast string of those mouth sounds. They didn't look at us again. They were gone up through brush. I couldn't even see a path through. And the branches swayed and then went still like nothing had moved through them. We broke, not as a group, not with any plan. Every one of us just moved. And we moved in a dozen directions that made no sense, except that forward wasn't forward anymore. One kid ran straight for the culvert and ducked through to the other side. Another climbed up the soft side and scrambled on all fours, hands and knees, grabbing roots, slipping in the loose dirt. I splashed across the creek because that was the open space I could see. Water seeping into my shoes immediately, cold enough to shock my feet, and suddenly the pebbles hurt because I could feel each one. I slipped and banged a knee on a rock and didn't care. I got to the other bank and went up the path that snakes behind the cedar. At the top, my legs felt wrong, like they wanted to keep running, but my body was out of ideas. At the lip by the chain-link fence, I made the mistake of looking back. The creek looked exactly like the creek we always played in. The boulder sat where it had landed, ridiculous in its newness, pale scrape catching the light, half in the water like it had always been there, and like it could never have been there at the same time. The smell still hung, less strong, but still there, and under it you could just hear one last sound from the slope, one hard crack like a big branch snapped on purpose. Then nothing. Not bird, not breeze, Not any of the normal sounds that fill a place without you noticing, that hard vacuum quiet that comes after a hit. We didn't gather and talk, like in a movie. We scattered to our houses like nothing happened. And also, like everything happened, I remember my hands shaking when I tried to open the back door. I remember getting yelled at about my muddy shoes on the kitchen floor and mumbling something about the creek being slippery and my knee throbbing. I remember the stink on my sweatshirt. It followed me into the house and it was like it stuck in the fibers. I hung it out on the porch railing and could still smell it when the wind brought it in. I didn't tell the whole story. I told the safe sentence. We were at the creek. A big rock almost hit us. We're fine. The look I got said the next sentence was going to be a lecture about the ravine being dangerous and how we shouldn't be there. And I let that happen because it was better than trying to explain what had stood at the rim and what had walked to the water and looked at us like we were the weird ones. By the next morning, the rumors had started their own life. Older kids said someone dumped a couch off the bridge. Someone else swore there was an escaped gorilla from a traveling circus that used to come through in summer. One kid's cousin said a guy who lived in a tent down there threw the boulder to scare us. Someone decided it was a bear with mange. You could pick the version you liked and laugh. I've heard all of it. None of those kids were standing there when the small one's smell hit us and the big one barked those sounds like orders and the rock landed like a message. I was. I know what I saw and what I felt. And the thing that keeps me from writing it off even on the days I want to the most is not the memory of fur or height or any of that. It's that rock. It sat there after, not from the creek bed, not rounded like river stones, but sharp, fresh, out of place like it had been ripped out of a hillside and shoved into our world where kids skip flat stones. It said, clear as anything can without speaking, we weren't supposed to be near the small one. People always ask if I looked for footprints. That day, no. I wasn't thinking straight enough to go back down the slope and look at mud. I was thinking about the way the small one had tilted its head and the way my legs moved without me telling them to. I did see the mud at the edge where it had stepped in. It wasn't a boot print and it wasn't a hoof. It was this wide, flat shape with toe shapes at the front and a deep heel, water slowly filling back into it. I looked once, and then I looked away because looking made it feel too real, and I wanted to be up on the street where cars went by and people raked leaves. I still go past that spot sometimes when I visit home, and I still see the exact place where it happened, even though the creek moves a little every year and kids have worn new lines into the bank. You never really forget an angle of slope once your body knows it. I could walk you to the exact place where the boulder landed, even if the boulder itself finally got pushed deeper or rolled or covered by time. I can still feel that moment just before the small one reached the water, the way the whole world seemed to compress into that space between us and it, and the way the big one hit the flat with that one deep step and made a sound that wasn't for us but still froze us anyway. The last thing from that day that won't leave me is how it ended. It didn't end with a chase or a big charge. It ended with that grab, that turn, that quick climb and a snap, and then this absolute stillness, like the place had never had a noise in it. I stood there with mud on my shins and wet socks and the taste of that stink on my tongue, staring at a boulder that hadn't been there a minute before, and I waited for anything else to happen. Another sound, another rock, a branch moving without wind. Nothing. Just my own breath going too fast and that heavy quiet pushing down. And then normal creek sound faded back like someone turning up a volume knob. I can't explain it better than that. It happened. It stopped. And I'm still stuck on that pause all these years later because it felt like the line between their world and ours closed right in front of us, like a door we weren't supposed to see open. Story 5. My name is Richard O'Donnell. This happened in July of 1982, late in the day when the heat hangs low over the pines and the flies get lazy. I was cutting across the woods north of town. up near the edge of old Alma Sorensen's property. If you're from that part of northern Minnesota, you probably know the spot by sound or by rumor. I grew up hearing people call it the troll place, like there was a cave in there with something nasty living in it. Kids told it the way kids tell everything, with laughter and a dare tacked on the end. I'm not a kid in this story. I was a grown man, old enough to know better than to ignore no trespassing signs. I ignored them anyway because it was a shortcut, and I had boots on, and my legs felt good. That's how simple it was. The plan was to cut through the timber from the back road to the creek. It saved 20 minutes if you went straight, and I'd done it enough times to think of it as my own little path. There were posted signs with corners curled and a couple with bullet holes nailed onto aspen in a row like they were watching. Alma had a reputation for running off kids messing around. I figured he wouldn't waste daylight on a guy in work jeans taking a straight shot through. That's how you rationalize a bad choice. You layer common sense with small lies until it sounds reasonable. The air that afternoon felt like it had weight to it. You could smell warm pine pitch, cedar if you scraped your palm on the bark, wet earth where shaded ground held the day's sweat. Alder thickets wrapped the low spots. The mosquitoes were out but not biting hard. The deer flies were more aggressive, making those dive bomb passes at the back of my neck. I wore new boots I'd been proud of all week, real leather with sturdy soles that had that spring and squeak when they're still new. My jeans were as new as the boots, dark blues with stiff knees. I remember that because I remember how his eyes went to them. The path I used wasn't a deer trail. It was a straight line a person made over time by just taking the same steps, breaking the same twigs, pushing through the same slit of brush. It led past a gravelly cut that looked like the mouth of something if you stared too long. People called it a cave. It's not a cave if you want to be exact. It's an old pit from somebody's half-ass attempt to pull gravel, or maybe a dugout that washed open. A shallow hollow under a shelf of sand and clay with roots hanging and the ground damp under the lip. It holds the cool. Kids spray paint it when they're bored. When you go past and you're alone, you speed up without meaning to. I remember the change in sound first, the ordinary rustle, the insect thrum, the small pops of twigs under my boots, all that had been steady. Then it went blank. The woods didn't stop like somebody hit a switch. It shifted, like everything held its breath at once. You feel that in your skin before you realize it. It makes the tiny hairs on your arms stand up, and it makes your jaw go tight. I slowed because you always slow when something feels off, even when your brain tells you not to be dramatic. I was 20 paces from the little cut everyone calls a cave when I saw him. Man is what my head said for the first 2 seconds because he was upright, and where a person would be if a person was coming up that line. He was short and thick, the kind of solid that the words stocky or barrel-chested don't really cover. His hair was black and stood off his head like he'd rubbed 2 palms over it the wrong way a bunch of times. I don't remember ears. If they were there, the hair swallowed them. His clothes stopped me as much as anything. Dirty bib overalls bleached at the knees and across the front where you'd rub your hands absent-mindedly, one strap twisted, the metal hardware tarnished to a brown that matched the stains. Bare forearms, thick, hair on the backs of the hands. He saw me the second I saw him. He didn't call out. He didn't even change pace. He just fixed on me, and his eyes sunk so deep under a ridge that they looked like holes until they found the rest of the light and picked up a flat shine. His nose was wrong on his face, too big, too heavy, like it had been broken old and healed crooked and then kept growing. His mouth hung a little open, and I could see teeth that were too big and too yellow for a man who was getting regular checkups. He didn't look drunk. He looked like someone who'd been living wrong for a long time in a place that let you go to seed without anyone stopping you. His eyes went to my boots, then my jeans, and he did this little shift with his chin, like he was weighing the stuff on me more than me. It hit me then, this ugly flicker of understanding. He wanted what I had, the way someone in a parking lot looks at a new truck, not the driver. I said nothing. I didn't have time to. I didn't have. He closed the last distance and, in a single forward surge, he ducked and hit me low around the hips. He didn't wrap me clean like a trained wrestler does. It was a hard, fast body slam where his shoulder caught me across one side of my waist and his arm squeezed and lifted together. It knocked the air out of me. I'm not tall, I'm not special strong, but I wrestled all through school, captain by senior year, and it burns into you. When someone grabs you, your spine decides before your head does. I dropped my weight back and down, dug my heels, and snapped my hips to one side. It's an ugly reversal that works when someone commits too hard and pops their center of gravity forward. I got one underhook, turned, and used his momentum to spin him past me while I dropped my shoulder into him. It worked for the beat it needed to. He stumbled across my thigh, and I got free of that grip and took 2 fast steps back, hands up, weight light on my toes, like I had a coach yelling that at me from the side of a mat. He didn't go to the ground. He threw one hand to the dirt, caught himself, and pushed up like his arm was a jack. He breathed out a sound then that I've never heard from a human throat. It was not a word, not a yell. It was a low animal rumble that rolled under the top notes of breath like something heavy set on a drum. Here's the part where I lose people sometimes. I'm not trying to convince anyone. I'm telling you what I saw. As he pushed up, he used that old man trick where you inflate your lungs and stand tall to look bigger. Except it wasn't a trick. He drew in breath and his whole frame changed. He didn't turn into a giant with one magic puff, but he added inches in front of my eyes. He had been hunched, yes, but it went beyond just straightening. His shoulders went wider across, his traps bunched up, and the straps of his bibs pulled tighter over his chest. The fabric groaned a little with that sound old thread makes when it's near giving. The hardware on the straps dug in deeper. The arm he pushed up with thickened as he put weight through it. His neck, which had been swallowed by those shoulders, showed as a thick column as he set his head forward and lifted. The smell hit me just then, full force. It's strange how your mouth knows before your nose sometimes. It tasted wrong at the back of my tongue before my brain put words to it. Hot, sour, like old urine and swamp and a butcher's slop bucket that sat in the sun. There was something metallic in it too, a tang that made my gums ache. It hit my eyes like sweat. I blinked. He looked up and his eyes weren't holes anymore. They were deep, and the whites that hadn't been easy to see turned the color of a burst blood vessel. On that dark face, the red in those eyes showed and kept showing. I don't know the word for that kind of red. Not glowing, just there. Wet, angry, full, like air had nowhere to go. His teeth bared, not in a grin, in that way where the skin pulls back off the teeth, like the teeth are making room for more mouth. Yellow, thick teeth, like a man who chews tobacco and drinks black coffee and doesn't own a toothbrush and also has never had one in his house. A string of spit hung from one side and broke and hung again. Little details like that get burned in. I understood 2 things at once. One was practical. If he came at me again, I had nowhere to go but to get lucky. The second sat under my ribs, where you feel things you don't have words for. It was old fear. You can call it primitive if you want. It told me I had stepped into the wrong story and that whatever locals called the troll cave, whatever they joked about, it wasn't a joke, and it wasn't a man in overalls messing around for fun. My reversal, the thing my body did to get him off me, felt like I had hit a switch in him that said, okay, now this. He squared his stance, and I saw the fabric at his chest strain again. I heard thread give. He lifted his chin, and the sound he made this time wasn't a growl. It was deeper, drawn up from a place you can't fit into your own chest. It vibrated my ribs. When a bass note in a truck goes by and shakes a window, that's in the ballpark. It wasn't loud in a way that pierced your ear. It was loud in a way that filled you. I took a step back and then another because every part of me knew I was out of my depth. I don't think he had any doubt about running me down if that's what he wanted to do. He didn't lunge that second time. He held, he looked at me, then down the line of my body, and then at my boots and jeans again like he was weighing the work. It was the ugliest type of interest I've ever felt from another living thing. I was a person to me, to him I was a set of items. There's no tidy way to dress this part up. I ran. I turned and I sprinted, and it was not a controlled jog with measured breaths. It was a scramble, full tilt, with my face tipped a little to one side because my ears were trying to listen behind me while my eyes were trying to make my feet not trip over alder roots. The path I knew so well felt unfamiliar, like somebody had moved the brush 2 inches in every direction. The weight of my boots, which had felt good 5 minutes earlier, felt like anchors now, and the strike of the soles hit a tick-off from where I expected because panic ruins your timing. I expected him behind me with every step. I expected hands at my back, or a tackle from the side, or that low sound at my neck. Instead, I got that rumble again from behind, and then a sound that slid up from it to something like a shout, and then higher to something like a scream that wasn't a woman, wasn't a cat, wasn't anything from my normal world. It tore through the line of trees and bounced off the low bank like it was thrown. It put my heart in my throat and shoved me forward harder than my legs were ready for. I tore my right pant leg on something and felt the fabric give, my skin hot under it where the scrape hit. I hit the old fence line and I didn't even look for the low spot. I threw myself over and got one thigh hung for a second on wire, and then I was down on the other side, hands in dirt, a taste of metal in my mouth again, and then back up and running. The road showed up like a permission slip, gravel under my boots, then the packed wheel tracks. I didn't look both ways like a smart person. I looked left into trees, then right into more trees, and then back to where I came out. Nothing moved, nothing followed. The air across the road felt thinner, cleaner, like distance mattered. The scream echo bounced one last time and dwindled into that blanket quiet that woods have when all the normal sounds hide for a minute and then creep back out. I stood there bent over with my hands on my knees, letting spit string from my mouth without worrying about manners. My breath scraped, the back of my throat burned. My eyes ran, and it wasn't from emotion yet. It was from that stench that still clung in my sinuses and the corners of my eyes like I'd stuck my face in an ammonia rag. I straightened up, wiped my forearm across my mouth, and finally looked at myself properly. There was a rip across my right knee and a smear of dirt up my thigh. The leather on one boot had a grey scuff at the toe where I'd kissed a rock. My hands had dirt ground into the lines and a tiny white sticky string on my knuckles from touching the sap on a busted branch as I went by. I waited for the next thing. That's what you do when your brain isn't caught up. You stand on a quiet road and you watch a line of trees, and you listen for a sound that will tell you what category your life is in now. No cars came, no voice called. There was a cluck from a raven somewhere that cut the dead feel, and then, like someone turned it up, the woods started to sound like woods again. A mosquito whined, a leafy tree gave one of those long sighs wind makes, and the moment stretched and didn't break. I don't exactly remember the walk home. The part after the road is spotty. I know I took the long way instead of cutting by the pit again because I don't cut that way anymore. I know I came in my back door and went straight to the sink and washed my hands with dish soap like I was prepping for surgery, scrubbing under nails, trying to get a smell out that isn't fully a smell and clings to you anyway. I took my boots off out on the porch and left them there. Later, I could still smell it when the air moved in the right direction. I threw my jeans on the railing. I wasn't thinking about evidence. I was thinking that I didn't want that scent inside my walls. My body made that decision before I put it in words. I didn't tell many people. When I did try, the words felt wrong. You say short and thick, and people see a drunk guy in town. You say he grew, and people nod to be polite and look away. You say the eyes went red, and they think you mean glowing, and they ask what you'd been drinking and if you hit your head when you jumped the fence. I keep going back to that minute between when I got free and when I ran. That's where the truth sits. The way the fabric creaked on his chest like it was getting asked to do more than it could. The way the smell climbed up into my head and pressed until my eyes watered. The way my gut said, "This is old and not yours," without me needing a book or a legend to line it up. That place everyone calls the Troll Cave? I don't use that word anymore, and not because I'm precious about fairy tales. I think people made a simple thing complicated. They needed a label to hold fear and a laugh, so they picked the story that fit a hole in the ground. I don't think what I saw needs a story out of a book to exist. I think it's been there longer than our words for it. And we lean on things like trolls, because admitting something else makes you feel small and exposed. What I saw that day wasn't a man. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't anything I can send you a picture of and win an argument on the internet with. It was a living thing with too much strength and patience and a temper you do not want aimed at you. It put on size in front of me when I fought back. Maybe it straightened to its full height. Maybe fear warped my sense of scale, or maybe some creatures can draw themselves up in ways we only partially understand. I know what the bib strap sounded like. I know what my ribs felt like when that sound filled the air. I've told all of this to say this part as plainly as I can. The moment that stays with me, the small slice I can't sand down with time, is the instant where I realized my wrestling move, the thing I was proud of because it came from discipline and practice, was the exact thing that escalated whatever that situation was. It's like I flipped a breaker. He went from a thick stranger in overalls who wanted my boots to something that made the woods feel like a room with no doors. The day ended without any tidy bow. I sat on my back steps while the sun slid under the trees and the yard went grey and my boots sat a few boards away with their tongues down like two open mouths. The house clicked as it settled. A dog barked a couple blocks over. I thought I'd calmed down enough to go inside and make a sandwich when something hit the far tree in the alley behind the garage. A sharp, heavy crack like a baseball bat on a pole, and a second later a late echo off the long wall of the feed store down the block. No footsteps, no voices, just that single clean knock in the evening air. I stood there with my hand halfway to the door handle and listened for the next sound. It didn't come. The quiet after had weight to it, the same kind of weight as the quiet in the woods before it all went wrong. And that's where it stopped. Just that one hit ringing in my ears and then no more, like the day had reached out once to remind me and then pulled back. And I still don't have any better way to explain any of it. Story 6. I've told parts of this to people over the years, but I always feel like I'm leaving something out when I say it fast. I'm going to put it down straight, the way it happened, because that night still sits heavy in me and I can hear it if I close my eyes. This was in July of 1986, Delta County, Michigan, at a place everybody around us called Beaver Pond. There were 5 of us. No booze, no drugs, nothing to make this fuzzy. We were younger and thought a night out with a fire, some burgers, and dumb camp jokes would fix all kinds of things. I wish we'd just gone home when we finished eating. Beaver Pond isn't a campground with pads and picnic tables. It's a low bowl with a black, slow bit of water, reeds and lily pads on the edges, and a ridge that rises up on one side like half a jaw. On the other side is a tangle of cedar and alder swamp. The ground goes from dry to spongy quick, and if you step wrong you sink and your boot slurps when you yank it out. You can smell the swamp before you see it. It's that cool, wet green smell, and underneath is the mud, black and old. We got there late afternoon and picked a spot on the dry side, close enough to feel the open air from the water, far enough from the swamp edge to not wake up in wet socks. We had one old canvas tent with the heavy poles and one smaller nylon dome, plus a cheap blue tarp strung up between 2 pines in case it rained. We stacked some flat rocks for a fire ring someone else had used before and set a little grate on top to do the burgers. There was a cooler with ice and soda and a sack of buns that picked up the camp smoke like everything does. It was one of those perfect Upper Peninsula evenings. The sun went down slow and the mosquitoes were there, but not bad yet. We cooked, we ate, we burned the first round of burgers and pretended we didn't, and then we sat around the fire and let the heat soak into our knees. I remember the smell of the grease popping onto the coals and that mix of oak smoke and cheap lighter fluid and meat. Somebody had one of those big survival knives with the ridiculous saw-back edge on the spine and a little compass in the cap, and someone else had a long, fixed blade that looked impressive on a belt but mostly cut onions. They sat in their sheaths next to the folding chairs like props. It's stupid how important that detail feels now. By the time it got really dark, the pond was a black mirror. You could hear frogs and bugs, and every once in a while there'd be a plop, like something small jumped. The fire dropped to coals, and we fed it small stuff because we didn't want a huge blast of heat. We weren't telling ghost stories. We were just talking. That low, easy talk people do when they're tired and feeling good. The sky never goes fully black up there in July. There's always that grey smear on the horizon. We watched it fade and didn't think twice about anything outside the circle of the fire. Then sometime around 1 in the morning, I won't swear to the exact minute, but the world had that feeling it gets when it's well past midnight. Something screamed. Not a coyote, not a person messing around, not an owl doing something weird. I've heard a lot of animals do a lot of sounds. This sounded like a chimp in a movie, that rising, almost human, almost laughing note, except there was nothing funny about it. It came from the far side of the swamp, not close, but clear. It lifted the hair on my arms. Everyone went quiet. It hung there for a breath, and then the regular sounds came back like they had been turned down and now got turned up again. We did what people do. We acted like we hadn't heard it the way we did. Someone said something about loons making crazy sounds. Someone else said bobcats scream like a woman. We nodded at our own theories because the alternative was to admit a bad feeling. We added a couple of sticks to the fire and kept our eyes on the coals. It came again. Closer, same tone. That chimp-like up-down sound that makes your stomach go cold because it has too much shape to be a plain animal call and too much wild in it to be a person. I couldn't place the distance perfectly in the dark, but it didn't feel like across the swamp anymore. It felt like it had moved in. The frogs shuttered down. The bugs kept their high hiss. The thin skin on the back of my neck went tight. We stood up without planning it, the way you do when something changes. The firelight made the trees jump, shadows stretched out and snapped back. One of us grabbed a flashlight, heavy, 2 D cells, the kind you can hold like a club, and clicked it on. The beam cut through a slice of the dark and lit up sticks and leaves, and then hit a wall of alder and just stopped. You forget how much the woods eat light. You can feel silly holding a bright light and seeing only 5 yards of wet leaves reflect back at you. At first we listened so hard we were almost leaning. There was a crack off to our left on the ridge side, like a branch breaking under weight. Not a squirrel tick, a full pop with a follow-through snap. We swung the light and saw nothing but trunks. Then another crack, this time to our right, down low near the swamp. Same pop, same weight behind it. Light swings again, nothing. We looked at each other, and I could see everybody's face the way you see people's faces when they're pretending not to be worried so they don't make it worse. Then it started moving. I don't mean we saw something. I mean something out there worked its way around us in a way that I can still map in my head. It would crack a branch or brush hit a trunk, then silence, then a single scream from a different angle, not rushing, not random. It went from the ridge side to the back, to the swamp side, to the front, where the path back to the cars was. Like a circle, a slow one, the kind you feel without seeing the line. We moved around with the light, trying to catch something between the trees, and saw nothing. The screams weren't constant. They were placed, like it was reminding us of where it was without showing. Sometimes there'd be a long pause where you could hear all the little normal sounds, and you'd start to think you'd imagined it. and then another crack would happen right where your brain had just said, "It's fine." At one point, we made the decision to get in the bigger tent, just to be together and feel like we weren't standing in the open like 5 idiots next to a battery of coals. You ever crawl into a tent and immediately realize how thin nylon is? That feeling was like being naked. The zipper felt loud, as a zipper had ever felt. We sat there in a circle on our sleeping bags, the flashlight off so we could hear better, and listened. The silence had weight to it. There's no better way to say it. When the scream came again, it was closer, right at that distance where your ears go. Okay, that's just outside of where I picture the tent ends. It jumped from one side to the other faster than something should be able to move in the dark without tripping and eating dirt. You could feel it, not the ground shaking. I don't want to make it bigger than it was. It wasn't a dinosaur. But you could feel the after of a big step in your own breath. We lasted 5 minutes in there before the quiet between noises pushed us back out. I know how weird that sounds. The quiet was worse than the sound. Inside the tent, you don't know what angle anything is anymore. Outside, at least you can see where the dark begins. Back by the fire, we lit it up again. Bigger this time, because instinct says bigger flame means safer, even if it doesn't actually do anything. Sparks snapped up and the smoke turned with the little puffs of night air. The circle kept going, crack on the ridge, crack behind us. Small scream way left, then another smaller one far right. Sometimes it felt like more than one of whatever it was, because the jump was too fast, too far, or maybe that was my nerves. No howls, no answer from deep woods, just that one kind of voice, the chimp kind, tossed like a little grenade into the silence. We tried to get smart about it. We killed the fire down to coals again to let our eyes adjust. We stood with our backs closer together and swept the light slower, up and down. There was a moment I will never forget where the beam hit the swamp grass, and I swore I saw the tops of the reeds sway against their own weight, a split second after everything else. Not wind, like something brushed them. The beam hit and the movement stopped, and then the sound went to our left again, like it had used the light as a cue to shift. Time went strange. Those 3 hours felt like one long pull. I checked my watch once. Glow dial, old cheap thing, and the hands said a little past 1, and then the next time I checked, the hands had crawled and it was near 4, and my knees ached and my throat hurt from breathing shallow. We didn't sit unless the quiet got long, and then we'd perch, and then a crack would snap us to our feet again. Our big knives, and I'm putting that in quotes because they felt like jokes, lay there next to the chairs. Someone strapped one on, and the wobble of the sheath on a belt loop made it look like he'd tied on a toy. The worst moment wasn't the first scream. It was later, when whatever it was came in close on the swamp side. I can't tell you how many yards with perfect accuracy. I'll say this, the difference between 50 yards and 5 yards lives in your spine. It felt like it was steps away. There was a sequence of sounds that made it clear. First, the wet suck of a foot in mud pulling free, then a heavy plant onto something dry, then the clean, ugly break of a branch high enough off the ground that it took height to get leverage. Not a twig, a thick limb. It snapped and then cracked again like it twisted. It didn't need to do that. It was a show. Every one of us flinched and the light went right to that spot and showed us nothing but a wall of black sticks and shadow. I swear the night itself leaned in then. The frogs had stopped. Even the bugs felt like they paused. The air felt colder where the swamp breathes. I can hear my own pulse in my ears remembering it. It held there, quiet, like something letting us sit in that. And then, from the opposite side, a single smaller crack, like a reminder that it wasn't only right there. We started whispering without meaning to, and then stopped, because hearing our own voices felt like the wrong thing. Every instinct told me not to run. The path out went between the ridge and the swamp, a little tunnel of trees and roots. The idea of putting our backs to that dark gave me chills. So we stayed. We did the only thing we could do, which was wait it out, fire low, flashlights sweeping, ears straining. There were stretches where nothing happened, and you could almost pretend it was over, and then, pop, a branch far side, or that off-laugh scream from behind the ridge trees, like it wanted to see us jump again and again. Around 4 in the morning, again I checked that dumb watch and the hands were on the 4. Everything shifted. The screaming stopped entirely. The movement felt like it was drifting out and away. We got 3 distinct knocks spaced apart, not echo. Real hits like wood on wood out in the dark, each one farther. 1, then a long 5 count in my head, then another, a little lighter, then another, way off. Then nothing. No retreat through brush we could track by ear. No twigs. Just those 3, and then a hole where sound had been. We stood like idiots, not believing it was over, waiting for the next thing to yank us upright again. It didn't come. Dawn at a pond is a weird relief. The grey comes in slow, and the shape of the world shows back up. The trees go from black to green. The water turns from mirror to a flat grey with little lines where bugs skate. The normal morning birds started in like they'd meant to do it all along. We moved fast without talking much. No coffee, no breakfast. Roll sleeping bags, drop tent, throw things in the back, stomp out whatever was left of the coals, pour the last of the cooler water on them. It felt like cleaning up after someone else did something wrong in your house. I kept looking at the edge of the swamp and that spot where the branch had broken. In daylight, it was just a mess of sticks and a few snapped ends higher than my head. We did look for prints. People always ask that. The ground on our side is pine duff on top of sand. You can step there all day and leave almost nothing. Down at the edge where it's wet, there were deer slots stamped all over, and raccoon hands, and a chaos of little tracks like the place had been alive all night. I looked for anything wide and flat that would make all this a neat story. I didn't see a clean, TV-ready footprint that I could photograph and shove at someone and say, there. There were spots where something big had mashed grass and made the mud sort of bulge and fold, in a way that didn't look like deer. We all stared at one place where the black muck had dried on top and cracked, and something had punched through. It meant nothing if you weren't there. It meant everything if you were. We left. We didn't joke. We didn't do the man that was crazy thing teenagers do to turn fear into a story you can laugh at. We just got in the vehicles and brought the tires up out of the ruts and put Beaver Pond behind us 1 slow mile at a time. When we hit the county road, we all seemed to exhale on the same breath. I noticed my hands smelled like smoke and something sour, and I rubbed them on my jeans, and that made the smell worse. I remember the stupid click of the turn signal sounding too loud in the cab. I remember the way the light came through the trees in bars and my eyes blinking like they'd been in a dark theater. People always want to put a shape to it. Did you see it? No, I didn't see a body. I saw what it did to the world around it. I heard it move. I heard it talk in a way that wasn't talking but wasn't nothing. I felt that branch break the way you feel a bass note in your teeth. I watched a night I thought I knew get turned inside out by something that didn't care if I believed in it. We had knives as long as our forearms and they felt like nothing. I've never felt so unarmed in my life as I did holding that heavy flashlight with the beam dying by the time it hit the first wet leaves. I don't camp the same way anymore. I can do it. I can still handle a tent and a stove and a night outside. But when the silence falls too hard, I sit up, and every little crack makes me count angles. That night rewired me. The part that people don't get until they've had one of these isn't the scream. It's the quiet around it. That heavy quiet like the woods had a lid on it. When I hear that now, my heart speeds up all on its own. The last moment from that night is the one that still gets me when I think I've talked myself out of it. We were almost set to leave. The sun was a pale coin behind the trees. The fire ring was a pile of wet black. The tent was packed. I went back to grab the last folding chair, and as I stood there, just for a half breath, the world did that hold still thing again. No birds, no breeze, just that press. And then Way out where the swamp feeds into the bigger woods, one single clean knock, wood on wood, not loud, just placed. It stopped me with 1 foot in the truck bed. I waited for the second knock that should follow. It didn't come. It was over like a sentence cut off. We drove away with that sitting between my ears. I still don't have a better explanation than something walked us in circles all night and let us go at dawn. And that single knock shows up in my head sometimes when my house is too quiet. I listen for a second one. It never comes. Story 7. I've told this only a handful of times and never the whole way through because people start nodding like they get it, and you can tell they don't. This was in Beltrami County, Minnesota, in the fall of 1982. I was hunting with my dad and my brother along the west bank of the Floodwood River. It was a day that should have been like 100 other days I've spent in the woods. It wasn't. This all happened in one stretch of afternoon into evening, and I can still feel the cold of it in my hands when I think about it. The air had that sharp bite you get in early November up there. Snow had come a couple of days before and stayed. Not a lot. Just a crust, a couple inches that squeaked a little under your boots where the shade kept it stiff. It was clear enough that you could see your breath in little bursts if you stopped moving. The river ran black and slow, not frozen yet, with just a crust forming along the edges where the flows swirled and didn't clean out the ice in time. The birch bark looked too white against everything else, the way it does right before full winter. We parked off a logging road and split up the way we always did. My dad took the old trail that follows the rise to the north. My brother went east with the idea of pushing any deer feeding along the edge of the popple stand, and I took the west bank of the Floodwood. I like still hunting. You move slow. You pay attention to wind and sound. You stop more than you walk. The woods tell on anything clumsy. That day, the wind was light and coming from the northeast, which meant it was good for me to work down toward a bend in the river where deer cross. If anything walked up out of the swamp edge, my scent would be going the right way. I had my old .30-06, the same one I'd shot since high school. Bolt action, worn smooth at all the contact points, blue rubbed shiny where my hand rides the stock, blaze orange vest over a wool jacket, knit cap. The kind of layers where you're cold if you sit too long and sweaty if you push too fast. I remember the crunch feel of my soles on that snow, the way spruce needles were pressed flat into it and stained it a little. A raven called once and shut up. Squirrels had been chewing the ends off pine cones and dropped the cores, so the ground under the bigger pines looked like a mess of chewed cobs. Deer tracks were everywhere, to the point of being useless. Trails crossing trails, fresh and old mixed, little fawn prints and heavy stamps from does. With that thin crust, the tracks had that chiseled look, edges still sharp. If you don't hunt, you might not understand how calm that all feels when you understand it. It's like reading a book where nothing surprises you. Then, something did. I was working along a stand of scrubby jack pines, those short, rough ones that try to be trees anyway. They were maybe waist high in places, up to my chest in others, the kind of patch young deer use to hide. I was about to ease around a clump to keep the river in sight when something dark rose up out of those pines. It didn't climb a log. It didn't stand from where a person would have sat. It rose the way something does when it's been crouched low and then stretches to full height. It turned its head and looked straight at me, and I stopped so hard my knees felt like they locked. If you've ever had a deer fix on you and you fix on it, you know that little wire that runs between things. This wasn't that. A face looked at me, not a bare face, not a person in a hood. A face that was more field and less house, if that makes any sense. Hair darker than the pines around it, not black like a coat, more like a wet dark that eats light. The brow came out heavy over eyes set deep, and the nose wasn't a long muzzle like a bear. It was a nose set on a face. The mouth was downturned and closed. I saw the chest and shoulder line against the thin birch trunks behind it, wide, too wide for a man wearing a coat. The neck was there but short and thick, the head pushed forward a bit. Under the hair on the shoulders I could see mass, not fluff. It breathed out hard through its nostrils when it realized I was looking. That hot breath hit the cold air and plumed white on the sides of the nose, and I remember that because my own breath did that at the same moment, like some stupid mirror. I had my rifle shouldered already. I hunt with safety on until I'm inside a shot. It wasn't my first, though. The first thought wasn't shoot. It was the feeling of every rule my dad ever drilled into me. Know your target, know what's beyond it, and don't pull a trigger to answer a question. In the half second where my finger could have curled, there was nothing to recognize. Not a bear standing. The legs weren't right. Not a man in a bulky suit. The head wasn't sitting on shoulders the way ours do. It didn't sway like a drunk or a goof. It was steady and aware, and I felt heat in my chest, that heavy, hot fear that isn't panic yet, but can get there in one bad blink. We stared. It wasn't long, maybe a breath and a half, but the weight of it was a minute. My hands were steady the way they get because the habit of the rifle steadies them. Inside, everything was running. I could feel my pulse in my teeth. The skin on the back of my neck pulled tight. My hat felt too small. Then, it did something that broke the wire between us. It moved, not a shuffle. It shifted, like it had an engine in it, turned in one piece from the shoulders to the waist, and went into the taller trees behind the jack pine clump, fast enough that it covered ground before the picture in my head updated. The sound was the part that confirmed the size, not a person crashing and making hell because of bad feet, not a deer bounding and throwing little snow sprays. It was heavy and not clumsy. It broke branches at a height too high for anything on four legs that I know in those trees. It pushed through saplings and they popped back. I heard 3, maybe 4 solid branch breaks in a row, and then a longer slide of sound where it moved through more open stuff. The direction was northeast, angling away from the river deeper into that stand. I stood there with my rifle still half up because my body hadn't gotten the message yet that it was over. I could have called out to my dad or my brother. I had a little whistle on my zipper I never use. I didn't make a sound. My mouth was dry and bitter, like I'd chewed aspirin without water. I waited for a second shape or for the first one to circle. Nothing. After a minute of standing there, I did the dumb thing and moved ahead. Slow, the way you do when you've already told yourself not to be an idiot. I went to where it had been in the jack pines. The snow there was pressed down, but not in ways that made TV footprints. There were deer prints cut into older deer prints. There were a couple of places where something big had compressed a patchy area flat, and the dead grass underneath showed through. I looked for a clean track with toes and didn't see one. I looked for hair on a branch and didn't see that either. What I did see was a broken sapling, snapped clean at a height a little over my head, and a smear of damp on the broken end like something the size of a hand had slid past it and pushed it down. That's nothing in a courtroom. It's everything when your hands are still shaking. I took the line it had taken and moved 3 trees deeper and stopped again. I could hear it out ahead of me. The 3rd or 4th time a branch went because weight insisted on space, then fainter, northeast. For a second I had that feeling a kid has on a dark staircase where you just want to cover the last steps by leaping them. I didn't run. I didn't even walk faster. I backed up 4 steps, turned so I didn't have to swing the rifle in a dumb arc, and went on the line I had planned on earlier, but slower, and with a new idea of the world I was in. The river bend I liked was 30 yards ahead and a little down. The shore there is birch and tamarack and some thicker spruce. I edged along the bank, looking everywhere and nowhere at once, that hunter's scan that becomes a strobe when your nerves are up. When I got to the spot where I'd stopped to listen, something happened that I have never experienced at that volume. A noise detonated around me. It was the wings of grouse. Not 1, not 2. A whole bunch of ruffed grouse that had been holding tight in the thick spruce rose all at once, wing thunder right at my ears. It's a sound you hear when you kick a single bird out of cover, and it rattles your chest a little. Multiply it by a lot. It was like someone hit a drum line. They went in 3 directions, and leaves and snow fragments flew, and my heart jumped so high, I almost put the rifle stock into my own cheek. That burst disoriented me in the dumbest way. I had to put my hand on a tree to ground myself. There's a second where your ears ring and your brain scrambles to log new info, and of course you're picturing whatever you just saw, using the distraction, coming in from a different angle. It didn't. The birds settled away into the popples, and the silence after that felt like a held breath again. I stood there until my heartbeat stopped feeling like a hammer. I got down into the little open by the bend and took a knee and watched. Nothing came back. Nothing circled. The river moved on like it hadn't seen me. After 5 minutes, then 10, I got practical. I looked for tracks in the snow at the fringe where the creature had been. If you've done this, you know when you want a track you see deer everywhere and nothing else. That was me. Fresh deer crossed older deer, rabbit tracks on top of that, a fox line cutting across. I thought about how easy it would be to lie and say I saw a clean print. I didn't. If it left one, the animals that lived there walked it into the ground and made it theirs too. Maybe it moved where the crust is thin and spread the pressure so it didn't punch deep. I don't have a neat answer. I only have the way it looked and moved and the way the sound of those branches carried. I didn't shoot the rest of that day. I kept the safety on. I think I knew the hunt was over the second the thing, and I locked eyes. My dad met me halfway back along the old trail, his blaze orange like a flare through the trees. He has this look he gives that asks if you've got anything without making you say it. I shook my head. I said I'd seen something that wasn't right, and that it had gone off. He said a bear will do that this time of year. I said my piece about it not being a bear. He didn't argue. He didn't. My brother came in a little later, empty too, and said he'd heard a big flush of birds down by the river and thought maybe I had spooked them. I said I had. I didn't go into the rest. Not then. You pick your moments with people you care about, especially men who came up being taught to see the world one steady way. Back home that night, I took the bolt out of the rifle and wiped it down like I always do. Oil has a smell that makes a kitchen feel safe. I kept seeing the breath in the cold and that short, thick neck and those eyes set back under the brow. The weirdest thing is, in all the years since, I haven't been able to polish off that look into something else in my head. Usually your brain sands things down with time. It hasn't here. It sits in the same place with the same weight. Later, over months, I started reading accounts and pinning little notes on a county map. Not because I wanted to be the guy with a wall of string, because I couldn't shake it and I needed to see if other people were getting it wrong in the same place. I found that if you draw a rough line from where I was along that west bank up toward the town of Floodwood, you can pick up more stories than you think you should for a place most people call empty. I don't know what that means. I'm not trying to sell anyone on a theory. Habitat, corridor, myth. I can't answer that for you. I can only tell you I saw a face and I watched it choose a way out, and I decided not to put a bullet into something my brain couldn't name. The part of that day that still sits under my ribs when I'm driving alone through a line of jack pines is that first look. There was no blank animal in it. There was no thing look. There was you and me, and I'm leaving now inside it. That and the sound of power in those branch breaks afterward, like the woods were toned instruments, and whatever it was knew how to move through them at speed without tripping on its own shadow. There isn't a big ending to this. No chase. No proof on a scale or a photo on a porch step to hold out and argue with. The closest thing to a last note is what happened right after the grouse blew out and the woods went back to pretending I wasn't in them. I stood there with one glove off because my hand had gone damp and I didn't want to lose my grip if I needed it, and I waited with that bad kid feeling for a second hit. A branch, a snap, a footfall, anything. There was one more break, faint and farther than it had been, up in the taller trees to the northeast, and then it all shut down. Not a fade, a stop. The river ran. My breath came and stopped making clouds. I put my glove back on and I walked out the same way I walked in. And that's it. It happened and then it didn't, like someone shut a door in a house you can't see. And I've been standing in that doorway in my head ever since, still seeing that face and not having a better name for it than the day I saw it. Story 8. I don't tell this much because people love to fix what you say into something they already believe, and I don't have a clean box to put this into. It happened near Moose Lake, Minnesota, in October of 1983. We were out for ruffed grouse, just me and my brother, doing what we'd done 100 times before. It was the kind of day that makes you feel like you know a place. Cool air, damp leaves, gun oil in your nose, and that steady sound of your own feet crossing aspen slash. Nothing special. We split cover like we always did, and then the woods decided to show me something I still don't have a name for. It was one of those sharp fall days. Frost early, then a gentle melt, so the leaves glistened and stuck to your boots and made little whisper crunches when they let go. Those aspen stands, the popple, were going light, leaves turning to that bright yellow that looks fake against the grey bark. The kind of cover grouse love, mixed with tamarack and birch along low edges and some heavier pine up on the little ridges. The sky had that washed blue that means you've got daylight to burn, but the sun's not warm enough to make the bugs appear. You could smell wet leaves, a hint of pine pitch, and that cold dirt smell that hangs low when the night's been chilly. We parked the truck off a 2-track with grass pressed down in the middle, the kind logging rigs made years back. We geared up without talking much. I had a 20-gauge pump with an old leather sling, short barrel for the thick stuff, safety habit stubborn in my thumb. I'd loaded number 7.5 shot, high brass, because the cover was tight and shots are close. Orange hat, orange vest over a wool shirt. My brother carried a 12-gauge side by side because he always liked it, said he shot better when he didn't have to think about cycling anything. We agreed out of old habit. He'd swing east, I'd take the patch west toward the little beaver flowage. We'd meet at the edge of a small logging deck we both knew. No dog with us that day. It was one of those spare, quiet hunts where the only talk is a whistle here and there and boots in leaves. We worked into the cover, 10-15 paces apart at first, the kind of distance where you can still see orange through the gaps. Then we peeled away. Grouse hunting is walking, then stopping, then walking 2 steps and stopping again, and your ears doing most of the work. You listen for that soft rustle that isn't wind. You watch for the little heart-shaped leaves trembling in a patch where nothing else is moving. You keep your gun low and your mind tuned for that thunderburst when a bird rockets up from underfoot. It's a rhythm. When you're in it, the woods feel like a machine you understand. I was following a thin deer trail that dipped into a shallow draw and came up to a notch where the aspen opened into one of those little clearings that show more sky. It wasn't big. Think the size of a backyard, grass and young shoots with a line of dogwood at the far end and older spruce beyond. The kind of place a deer cuts across when it's headed somewhere on purpose. The edge had a game track under a low birch limb where you could see hair on the bark from deer brushing by. I stepped into the near edge and stopped, because you don't walk out into the open like you own it if you want birds. I shifted my weight onto the ball of my foot to keep quiet. The safety was on. My finger sat along the receiver where it belongs when you aren't shooting. It was as normal as it gets. What came out of the far side didn't match any category my brain keeps ready for that spot. It wasn't a deer bounding, flag up. It wasn't a bear waddling on 4. And it wasn't a person. A figure stepped into the clearing from the dark cut of spruce like the woods were a hallway it used every day. It was huge. Not big guy in a coat huge, huge in a way that swallowed the space around it. Dark hair, not glossy, more like a deep brown that drank the light. It was upright, and it stayed upright. It didn't stumble adjusting from a crouch. It didn't pause, it didn't look at me. It crossed like it was crossing a road in a neighborhood it grew up in. The exact middle of its stride, the way a person hits a crosswalk without breaking pace. I've tried to be careful with the details in my head because I know how memories get drunk on stories and add things. This is what I saw. The shoulders were so broad, I noticed them before I noticed the rest. The head sat low into those shoulders, not perched up on a long neck the way ours does. The arms swung and they were long. The hands hung lower than a tall man's would. The torso wasn't barrel fat, it was solid. The hair moved along the edges of those shoulders and upper arms and lay in places where muscle sat. I saw the top line of the head pass in front of a pale strip of birch behind it, and that contrast burned in hard enough that it still flashes when I think about it. The legs weren't like a person's legs in jeans. The bend and the weight looked different, more hinge and drive, less bounce. It covered the open in 2, maybe 3, clean steps, long, even, no hurry. It didn't make noise I could separate from the world, and I was listening for it. No crash, no twig crack, just a soft sense of weight, like something heavy placed on carpet. If you've ever felt a switch click in you, you'll know what I mean. Everything in me went cold and full of heat at the same time. My hands tightened on the stock so hard my knuckles hurt, and I had to look down for that 1/2 second to make sure my finger hadn't moved where it shouldn't. It hadn't. The safety was still on. I wasn't going to shoot, even if it wasn't. I don't shoot at what I can't name. That rule has kept me from being the idiot in a news story, and I tell you straight, not once in those few seconds did it make sense to me to shoulder the gun and throw lead at something that size and that wrong for a label. I stood there and watched it walk out of one side of the clearing and vanish into the brush on the other, like it had been doing that since before I ever bought a license. It never turned its head toward me. That detail bothers me more than if it had looked and bared teeth. If it had looked, it would be an encounter. It didn't. It ignored me. That did something to me I still can't shake. I wasn't a hunter to it. I wasn't a threat to weigh. I was irrelevant. The woods weren't mine in that moment, and I felt it like a hand on my chest. The distance between us was not far. 35 feet is the number that sits in my head. Close enough that I could see the shape of the hair around the elbow, close enough to catch the way the shoulder blade moved under the hair as it swung an arm, close enough that if it had a stink people always talk about, the wind didn't bring it to me. I didn't smell anything out of place. The air was just cold dirt and wet popple and my own breath. Maybe the breeze was wrong for it, maybe there wasn't one. I don't know. And if you're thinking all this happened in one long stare, it didn't. It happened fast. It took less time than you've spent reading these last few lines. The part that stretches is in me, not in the seconds. My brain did something dumb. It whispered no, no, no in a rhythm, not to the world, to myself. I didn't hear my own voice until later, but I know I said it because my throat was tight, like I'd been making sound. The pump on my gun felt slick. My shoulder felt like it had a string pulling it up, like it wanted to rack the gun and bring it up by habit, and my better part wouldn't let it. I let it go. I let the thing go. It passed, trees took it, and it was gone as clean as if a curtain had closed. I stood in that edge for a long count of 10, then 20, staring at a line of brush that was just brush again. I waited for after noises, a twig pop, a sigh, birds coming back. Nothing for a breath, then the woods exhaled and got themselves back in order. A squirrel chewed something and spit it, and that stupid little normal sound was the only thing that let me take a step without my knees giving. I tried to whistle for my brother, and the first try came out like a squeak. Second try got it. One of those 2-finger sharp blasts. He answered from the right, not far. Not. I walked his way because I didn't want to stand there anymore. My boots felt too loud. He came out of a strip of dogwood with his hat crooked and his eyes already wide, in that way that tells you the talk hasn't even started, and you both know anyway. We didn't stand there and compare notes like cops. We didn't draw diagrams in the dirt. We did the simple thing. We looked at the clearing, then at each other, and we both nodded like idiots. The closest I'll get to quoting is that we both had the same sort of "I saw it" without needing the words. He had been quartering the same opening from another angle and caught the tail end of it, the last few steps, dark and tall and gone. I looked for tracks, because that's what you're supposed to do to make the story worth something to people who weren't there. The ground was a mess. Damp leaves, grass, some sandy patches stamped with deer sign. If there was a perfect footprint with toes and everything else internet folks get excited about, I didn't see it. There were a couple of scuffs pressed deeper than a person would make in that damp, like something had put weight down in a way that spread, a suggestion more than a proof. I put my boot next to one because that's what you do, and it didn't line up to anything tidy. I didn't even pull my phone because it wasn't going to look like anything in a picture, just dark ground. We didn't blow the hunt horn and go charging after it. We didn't try to flank it. I have pride, but I save my pride for shots I can make, not this. We cut our loop short and headed toward the little logging deck we'd named as a meeting point. The walk felt longer. My hearing was cranked up so high that when a grouse finally did flush, I nearly threw my gun. The bird exploded out of some low alder behind us and went off to our left, and I felt my body move into that old mount, swing, lead, pull, muscle memory trying to save face, and I stopped it. I didn't shoot. I didn't want to throw a blast into a world that had just shown me something I didn't have a file for. We let that bird go like we'd let the other thing go. Back at the truck, my brother asked if we were done in a way that made it not a question. I said yeah. We put guns in the cases the way you handle things when you're half not seeing what your hands are doing, zipped them like we didn't want the cold air in there. I sat in the passenger seat and stared at the dash and realized I was still saying no, no, no under my breath in that stupid loop, and had been for a while. My brother started the truck and didn't look at me for a bit. We drove out to the county road without the radio on. When we hit pavement and the tires stopped humming like the inside of a seashell, I finally felt my shoulders drop a half-inch. I got home, and I didn't do the normal tired truck unload routine. I leaned the gun in the corner by the back door for a second, and then picked it up and leaned it again, because I didn't like how it looked waiting there. I kicked off my boots and left a smear of wet dirt on the mat that looked like nothing but wet dirt. I went into the kitchen and got a glass of water and stood there with my hand on the counter, looking at the way the water had a little shimmy to it because my hand wasn't steady, and said no one more time like a fool. My brother told me later he had gone home and done the same dumb whispered chant in his living room without meaning to. Brains are weird. I didn't rush to tell neighbors. People around Moose Lake have stories, but they don't put them on the front porch. Over the months that followed, in stray small talk at the bait shop or when lines of people at the gas station get bored, I heard the same kind of thing a couple of times. Someone who swims at the public beach in summer said they saw a big dark thing move in the tree line and thought it was a guy until it wasn't. A neighbor of a cousin said they'd had something cross their two-track at dusk upright and their dog shut up like it had learned a new rule. The way folks tell it up there, they look at their coffee when they say it, and they don't push it any farther. It made me feel less crazy, but not better. People ask me sometimes what the scariest part was, and they want me to say the size or the idea that something like that could be out there. That's close. But the core of it for me was the distance, that tiny strip of space between me and it. It was nothing, 20 steps, maybe less. That's a living room. And how it moved across that space, with no interest in me at all, like it had somewhere to be, and I was no part of it. It walked like it owned the place, and I felt like someone standing on a stranger's front lawn with my hands in my pockets, hoping not to be seen. I know what a person looks like moving through cover. There's bob, there's tangle, there's the rhythm of feet in boots on branch and leaf. I know what a bear looks like on two for a second. It's clumsy and upright in a way that fits into a bear shape even when it's wrong. This was neither. This was a shape that fit its own category too well to be anything else. I can still see the long arm swing. I can still see the way the top of the head moved against that pale birch line, like a cutout sliding across a lit window. We didn't go back to that exact patch that season. We hunted other cover. A person grows up somewhere and thinks they're part of it in a way that counts. That day told me I'm a visitor with a license and a map and a good pair of boots. It took a year before I made myself walk to that clearing again. By then, it was just another open spot, scarred by ruts from some guy trying to get firewood where he shouldn't. I stood there and didn't see anything that would win an argument online. I didn't need to. The picture that matters is stuck in my head already. I have one last piece from that day, and it isn't dramatic, but it's the part that gets me still. We were walking out after deciding to be done, crossing the last bit of popple before the two-track, and the woods went flat quiet for a single beat. Just one. Not a long, spooky silence. One beat. Everything held, like a breath. Then a single grouse thumped out ahead and blew through the dogwood and was gone. That's normal, that's what birds do. But in that half second before the wings, my body braced like it knew the wrong thing could happen. It didn't. It was just a grouse. The wing thunder hit my chest, and then it was just leaves and sticks again, and normal sound came back up like nothing had happened. That's where it left me, caught between that one held breath and the world pretending it never saw it with me. I still don't have anything better than that. Story 9. I don't write these kinds of things, but this one has stuck with me since it happened, and I can't shake the way it felt. This was in Beltrami County, Minnesota, in November of 1983. I was hunting. Nothing wild about that. I've been in those woods since I was a kid, with and without tags, for grouse, deer, and just to be out there. The day I'm talking about was supposed to be quiet and ordinary. It wasn't. It wasn't loud either. That's the part that still messes with me. It was the quiet in between the things I saw. It was late afternoon, cold enough to make my nostrils stick a little. A thin, crusted snow laid over the ground in the shady spots, the kind that squeaks when you step on it. The river was slow and black, skim ice starting in the back eddies. I had taken the west side of a cedar swamp that chokes up against the Floodwood. If you know that kind of country, you know the smell, cold cedar, wet peat, that iron kind of water stink that's not bad, just old. There was no wind to speak of. Everything felt held in place by the temperature. I had split off from my cousin about a quarter-mile back. We'd worked out a loose plan, same as always. He took a line that would put him on the far side of the low stuff. I cut toward a spot I know where the edge of the swamp opens into a little finger of higher ground. There's a downed aspen there, that the bark's torn up on one side from porcupines or deer rubbing, smooth on top from years of use as a seat. I've sat on that log in every kind of weather. It gives you a clean view into the short pines on the swamp edge, 50 to 75 yards out, and a straight look at a little strip of tamarack. It's the kind of place you see deer just slipping, heads down, picking at browse. I figured I'd sit until last legal light, then loop to meet him. I remember dumb details. My gloves were wool, with the fingertips worn thin at the pads. I had an old thermos, half full of coffee, that had gone lukewarm and tasted like metal. My rifle sat across my lap, bolt down, safety on. The orange vest felt stiff over my wool. My breath came in small streams and then disappeared. Chickadees did those little two-note calls in the balsams behind me, and then shut up. A jay scolded twice from somewhere toward the river, and then shut up too. That kind of quiet falls in the woods, and you feel it more than hear it. The edge of the swamp holds sound. It's like sitting in a room with heavy curtains. You get used to it and stop noticing until something changes, and you realize you were leaning on the silence. The first time I saw it, I was thinking about nothing. I was just watching the line where the small jack pines ring the swamp. They're about chest high on a grown man, some higher. A dark shape rose above them and stopped, not a head popping up like a deer with its neck up. This came up from low and held steady, like something standing from a crouch. It was a head, black against that washed-out sky. The hair didn't shine, it ate the light. The top line wasn't round like a person's in a hat. It wasn't a hood. It had a slope and a flat in a way I don't have the right words for. What hit me first was the brow, heavy, like it sat out over the eyes. I didn't see eyes, I saw shadow where eyes should be because of the brow. The shape turned slightly, and I caught a hint of shoulder below it, wide. Then it dropped straight down, out of sight. I froze up inside. My hands tightened on the rifle without me telling them to. I didn't stand, didn't bring the gun up. I just stared at the place where it had been. My heart thumped in that way, where you feel it in your throat. The first thing that tried to take over my brain was the safe lie, bear. But bears don't hold the top of their head steady above a ring of pines at that height, without moving the rest of themselves in ways you can see. When a bear stands, it sways a little, and you can see ears, and there's a different kind of shape to the snout. This wasn't that, and it didn't crash or huff. It made no sound, none. I waited, I don't know how long. Long enough for the chill to creep into the seat of my pants from the log, long enough to make myself breathe out slow so I wouldn't start panting like a fool. Then it came up again, 5 or 10 feet to the right of where I'd seen it the first time. Same thing. Black head, the top line hitting in the same place against a paler strip of sky. A suggestion of that wide shoulder below, then down again. If I had to guess, it was moving and eating. We talk about deer browsing. This felt like that same kind of stop, reach, chew, step, only taller, upright. I kept telling myself to focus on the pieces I could measure. The pines out there are the height they are. I have stood by them. I have cut through there and had them hit me at the collarbone. From my seat, with the little rise and the usual dips, there's only so much the ground can cheat your eyes. The top of that head was higher than those pines by a good foot or two. I tried to argue myself out of it. Maybe I was sitting lower than I thought. Maybe the slope dipped more. My gut answered back with the memory of a dozen afternoons on that same log. The angles were the same as always. The shape was not. The sound of the world went strange in between those rises. The cedar swamp ate any little noises and handed me back nothing. No crunch of footsteps, no snapping twig, no tearing branch. Whatever it was did not move like an animal that has to negotiate deadfall and hummocks on 4 legs. It didn't crash through anything. It didn't announce itself. It came up, it went down, it slid along, quiet, and gave me just enough to know it was there. Twilight was starting to thicken. The tops of the tamaracks held the last light. The snow in the shady patches took on that blue look it gets before it gives up the light for the day. I thumbed the safety for a second just to feel it and make sure my thumb remembered the motion, and then I put it back where it belonged. I'm not proud or ashamed of that. It's just what my hands did. I don't shoot what I can't say out loud might be standing there. That's a rule I have, and it's one my dad drilled into me with the boring patience dads have. A human in dark clothes would have been suicide out there without orange, and the height was wrong anyway. A bear would have been showing me more than that same clean rise and drop. Big person in a hood is the phrase your brain reaches for and throws away. I sat with all of that turning in my head and watched. It came up again, farther right, maybe 8 or 10 yards. The same head, the same slow, careful plane of the top as it moved, the same wedge of heavy brow above where the eyes should be, the same suggestion of that shoulder line. I tried to catch an ear edge, a hair break, anything that would write it down clean in my head. Yes, that's an ear, that's a hat brim, that's a branch caught behind a thing and making it look wrong. I didn't get any of that. I got 3 or 4 seconds of there and then gone. I can't emphasize this enough. The gaps are what got me. Those quiet slices of time between the appearances. Sitting there, listening, knowing something big and upright was inside that wall of little trees, not 20 paces beyond them, and I couldn't hear it. My jaw locked up. The cold that had felt fresh when I walked in turned into a colder that bites. The wool on my wrists itched. I felt stupidly aware of my feet on the ground, like the angle of my boots mattered to whatever it was out there, which makes no sense. You do dumb math in your head. If it stepped straight out into the open, what would I do? If it disappeared and popped out behind me, would I hear the water? Could I back into the high ground? It was all useless thought. I stayed still. It lifted one more time, and this time the shape didn't just turn. It tilted, not like a deer reaching up. It was like a person reaching into branches and pulling something to them, only bigger, higher, and without the noises people make when they force brush to bend. The head moved just enough to show that heavy ridge. For an instant, I was sure it was looking down into the pines and not up, then it dropped again. Those few seconds felt longer because the light had gone dimmer. The line of the head popped against the sky more than before, like a cutout. If I closed my eyes right now, I could draw that outline with my finger in the air, the slope, the crown, the heavier brow. I thought about calling my cousin on the little whistle I keep wrapped on my strap. I didn't. I didn't want to blow sound into that quiet and make something that had chosen to ignore me change its mind. That's what it felt like. Not being stalked or toyed with, just ignored. It had its thing to do. I was the thing that didn't belong. The silence wasn't a stage. It was the world continuing while I sat there being the one out of place. If you've hunted much, you know how fast last light goes. 1 second you can see the lines in the bark and count the needles on a spruce. The next second the shadows all swallow each other and your eyes turn into liars. The swamp edge went from green-black to just black. I gave it 5 more long minutes, and by that I mean I sat until the cold hurt and I knew I was out of time, and then I stood up off the log in a slow, stiff way that felt too loud, even though I didn't make any real noise. I cleared my legs from the deadfall like it might hear that, which is a stupid thought, but it's the truth. I backed up 2 steps and then turned, because I hate giving a full back to a place where I've been watching something. I walked out along the top of the little finger, careful on the crust, rifle down but ready the way you keep it, ears straining. I kept expecting one more rise out of the corner of my eye, way out to the right, further than the last spot. It didn't come. I hit the little trail we use and moved quicker than normal, back toward where we'd agreed to meet. The woods were at that point where sound comes back up after a quiet spell, but it felt thin. A vole or something small moved under the snow and made that tiny shushing sound. I could hear the river behind me going its slow way. It all felt too normal and not normal enough. When I was within shouting distance of the logging deck, I finally put the whistle to my lips and blew, just one short note. It felt good to hear my own noise. He answered, off to my left, closer than I had expected, and then stepped out a minute later with his orange-looking weird grey-orange in the almost dark. He hadn't seen anything. His words were simple and obvious. Quiet over on his side, a couple of deer he pushed that weren't legal or weren't what he wanted. That's it. He asked if I had seen anything, and I said I had seen something, and it was not a deer and not a bear. I said it in that flat voice you use when you're still sorting out what you want to say next. He looked past me back toward the swamp and didn't ask for details. We loaded up and walked out. No radio on in the truck. We both listened to the heater fan like it was a thing to focus on. Back then, I didn't have a camera in my pocket. Even if I had, there wasn't a clean picture to take. When people ask me what proof I have, I tell them the shape against the sky and the way it kept the same height over those pines, no matter which little dip it moved through. I tell them the quiet between glimpses. I tell them the light and the cold and the smell of cedar and the taste of coffee gone bad in a metal thermos. It's a lot of small things that make a hole in your head. It doesn't sell in a bar story. It sells to you, the person who had your breath stick, when you knew something big and upright was close and didn't care about you enough to make it noisy. I went back to that log later in the season, but that's not part of this. This is that one day. I can still feel the way the bark dug through the seat of my pants, the way my fingers went cold even in my gloves because I didn't want to move them and make noise. I can still see that cutout head shape when I blink. I can still feel the worst moment, which wasn't seeing it. It was the gap between the second and third time, where my body had braced for a noise that never came, and the quiet felt heavy enough to push on my shoulders. That's the moment that grew bigger than anything. There was one last thing, and it's not dramatic, but it's mine. When I stood up to go, I took 3 steps and then stopped and looked back over my shoulder because it felt wrong not to. The swamp edge was just a wall of dark. Nothing. I listened for one more rise, one more little change in the line of the tops of those short pines. Nothing. I concentrated so hard on trying to hear something that my own pulse in my ears turned into a noise. I waited for a second more. It didn't come. It just ended. Like a show that never announces the last act. I still stand there in my head sometimes, waiting for that one more rise and drop. It hasn't showed up again. I don't have a better explanation than that. It happened, and then it stopped. And the worst part is the way the silence filled in over it, like water over a stone, and left me sitting on that log in my memory with nothing but the picture and that gap, and no way to prove any of it to anyone who wasn't there. Story 10. I've carried this around since the 1980s, and I still hear that first sound like it's right behind me when a night goes quiet. This was up in Lake County, Minnesota, near the Bean and Bear Lakes. If you know the area, you know that ridge that looks out over black water tucked down in the timber, the mix of spruce, birch, and those stubborn jack pines that crackle under your boots. It was late fall, not yet snowed in, but cold enough that you could see your breath if you stopped. And the air had that metal edge you only get near big water and rock. We were out for birds, just me and a friend. Grouse. Light rhythm kind of hunting. Walk, pause, listen, let the place tell you if you're stomping too loud. I had a pump gun slung over my shoulder, a 20 gauge with a short barrel that I always used for thick cover. He had a 12 side by side because he liked the way it carried. We had a few birds already, 2 stuffed into the back of my vest, 1 in his, their feathers still warm when you slid a hand in without thinking. You smell it on your hands after you lift them, blood and pine needles and that dusty bird smell. Ordinary for us. Good walking, no drama. The light drops fast up there once the sun folds behind those ridges. We had told ourselves we would swing back toward the truck before full dark, cut along an old logging spur that's more moss than road now, and be out by the time you can't tell a stump from a crouched thing. We didn't make it that far into our plan. The sound came from the left, up high in the trees, not deep in a gully, not low across the water. It was a howl, I guess that's the best word, but not the kind my ears put into a coyote box or a dog box. It started low, rolled up through the middle where most noises flatten out, then kept climbing into a place you feel in your scalp more than in your ears. It didn't break into yips. It didn't crack. It held. The hair on the back of my neck stood up like someone pulled a wire. I stopped. My friend stopped, and we didn't have to say a word. We looked at each other, hands already going to pockets, habits taking over before brains. I popped the shells out of my pump and felt stupid hearing them click into my hand too loud. The little green hulls with 7.5 shot went into my vest. I slid a slug into the chamber and 2 more into the tube. My friend did the same with his, swapping to slugs. That neat little move with the thumb and the breech that only looks smooth because you've done it 100 times. We weren't talking. We didn't say bear or wolf or any word at all. The sound had done something to our thinking. It was dark enough under the trees that the bark looked wet where it wasn't. The sky overhead still had a smear of pale. We pointed our boots toward the spur and started to make tracks while we could still see where the ground was flat. There's a pace you take when you're not quite running, but your body wants to. You shorten your steps because the ground is full of ankle-breaking lies, and you breathe through your mouth and it burns a little. That was us. We weren't messing around with sweeping doglegs to find birds. We were boiling out. Every once in a while, one of the grouse we had would thump against my back, and I'd feel a busted wing poke through the fabric in a way that made me feel sick for no good reason. The sound came again. Farther back, or maybe over the ridge behind us. It was a long pull of a howl, louder this time, but not like it was closer, just like it wanted to sit on our shoulders. My friend cut his eyes to the left, and at almost the same moment I heard it, the sound of something moving at our flank. Not crashing through everything like a panicked deer, not making that hollow slap of a moose in water, not the light patter of a wolf pack ahead of you maneuvering, heavy, fast. Too fast for an elk. It was like hearing someone in boots on a rubber gym floor, muted thuds that you feel more than you fully hear, spaced too far apart for four legs. I don't know how to explain the way it tracked us without making it sound like a story. It kept pace. We moved. It moved. We slowed. It did too. Always off to our left, a little uphill, never quite revealing itself, and yet there was no doubt. You can tell when a big animal moves in timber. Weight insists on little sounds. Branches shift, needles whisper their complaint, rocks click. All of those tiny sounds, but none of them stupid or clumsy. The kind of movement that says, I know my way around this place better than you do. We shed weight. It wasn't a noble decision about not bringing the blood smell with us. It was the simplest math. The birds felt like bricks in my vest. I reached back and slid both out and let them drop by an old gray stump. He did the same. No ceremony, no marking the spot. Gone. We kept going. My shotgun felt twice as heavy as it does when I'm walking to a stand with it and a thermos. The leather sling creaked against my jacket in a way it never does when you're not listening for absolutely everything. The smell of the place thickened. The cold iron from the water, moss, wet lichen, and that crushed green smell you get when you step wrong on a spruce tip and smear it. The path we wanted traced along a high side, then dipped, then crossed a little rock cut before it ran to the old logging spur. We were making that first stretch along the high side when the thing moved harder and the air changed. If you've ever had a storm roll out of nowhere, you know how a place can go checked quiet and you feel your shoulders move up toward your ears. That's what it did. It came in closer, then drifted back, then moved parallel again. We kept it on our left side because the way our brains work in the woods says you don't turn away from what you can hear. You keep it in your peripheral in case it closes. This went on, I don't know, minutes that felt like a long time. Then without warning, we got our one full look. We hit a spot where the trees opened into a lighter patch, not a field, just a small, rocky clearing where saplings hadn't got a hold, a place with knee-high brush and a slice of sky that still held pale. On the far rim of that light, where the darker timber began, there it was, its whole silhouette. No trying to make out pieces between limbs. It was standing in profile, biped, still, like it had been waiting for us to reach this line. The first thing that hit me was how tall it was, at least 7 feet. If you told me taller, I wouldn't argue. It stood like the ridgeline itself had taken a man shape. Shoulders like something that had carried weight its whole life. The head sat forward a little, not like a man's head on a long neck. Arms hung down long past where you expect a person's hands to end. The hair, fur, whatever, looked dark all over, but in that grey light you could see it wasn't a smooth suit. It had lift in places, lay in others. The stance was relaxed in a way that made the ground under my feet feel wrong, like we were on a slope, and it wasn't. I did not lift my gun. The thought didn't even come up through the fear. There's a kind of fear that is just a hot spike. This wasn't that. This was cold and full and slow. It happened in the big parts of me: chest, gut, legs. My hands tightened without my permission and loosened again. The safety under my thumb felt suddenly very real and very useless. My friend didn't lift his either. I could see his head tip a half inch and then stop, the same way mine did. You don't point at something that can point back in whatever way that means. It turned. That was it. No roar, no display. It shifted on its feet, turned across the light, and stepped back into the dark fringe of trees on the far side of that little open. The movement was smooth and unhurried, like it had decided on its timing a long time ago. And then it was gone, just shadow in shadow. The space it had occupied stayed in my eyes like a flashbulb after image. We were on the move again. The moment the silhouette was no longer visible, the parallel tracking came back, like it had stepped into the trees and then picked up the flank again. Not a chase, not a run. It matched us. There is something worse about that than being outright pursued. It felt like being herded, not like cattle under a dog, panicked and running. More like a quiet influence, a hand near your back without touching. At one point, we dropped into a draw where the ground goes soft. The moss there eats sound. You could hear our breathing more than our steps. That's when its movement felt closest. I heard one heavy, deliberate footfall that had to be on a rotted log because the sound was solid in a way moss can't make. A half-second later, I caught the soft shush of brush parting at about my shoulder height to my left. My mouth went dry enough that I had to swallow twice to get spit back. We didn't speak. I remember the distant slap of water on rock down in the lake's edge because that tiny normal sound felt like a rope to grab. We gained the other side of the draw and came up onto the slope that leads to the old spur. There's a spot there where you can feel the grade ease up under your feet, and you know you're close to the more used trail, the one with boot prints from hikers and bike tire scars. We both felt it at the same time because our steps got less cautious without meaning to. The trees spaced out a hair more, enough that the sky had color instead of just dark. I had that stupid kid feeling of getting to a porch light when something spooked you on a sidewalk. Right before we hit that more used trail, everything behind and left went silent in a way that was not a fade. It was like someone closing a door gently but firmly. No more weight sounds, no more branch shifts, no more sense of a presence matching. Nothing. My friend looked over his shoulder at a nothing that felt like a wall. I don't know why, but that was the point my knees wanted to go weak. The noise didn't get smaller. It stopped. It was over without an ending. We stepped onto the old spur. You could tell because the ground felt weirdly human flat and the twin dirt lines showed through the moss in strips. A candy wrapper, sun-bleached, lay crushed into the muck with a boot heel stamp. Two long blades of grass moved in a breeze I hadn't felt a foot back. We stopped, just one beat, and listened hard for the next thing. It didn't come. My ears rang a little, like they do after too much strain and not enough result. We didn't run, because running felt like telling your legs a story they'd believed too much. We moved quick. Marker trees you don't think about during daylight, two white birch standing like twins, a spruce with a lightning scar, appeared out of the more general dark. The track spat us out near the spot where we'd tucked the truck under some branches so it wouldn't stand out from the road as much. I fumbled the keys with fingers that didn't feel like mine at first. The dome light when the door opened was too bright. It made me feel exposed. We both climbed in and didn't shut the doors yet. We sat with our feet on the ground for a beat, listening out and in, and the only sound I can swear to is the tiny tick of the engine as the cold air hit metal and made it ping. On the drive out, we didn't turn on the radio. The heater motor's hollow whine was enough to make me feel like I was back in a world with walls. The dirt road shoulders slid by in the headlights, dead grass flattened by other tires, little pools of black water that reflected more light than they should. I kept looking in the side mirror at my own breath in the cab, like some part of my brain was still trying to see outside through glass it couldn't. My friend kept both hands high on the wheel, driving like the ditch was a trap. When we hit the paved county road, we both exhaled in that way people do when something unclenches your body for you. I didn't sleep that night. It wasn't nightmares. It was the replay. The first howl going right up through me, the feeling of weight off to my left keeping pace like an idea with legs, the silhouette at the clearing, backlit hard, all edges, no mercy for your brain's need to soften the outline. Then the quiet that said, "That's enough." I kept rubbing my thumb over the callus where the safety sits because it didn't make sense to me that the thought to shoot never even formed. I've put slugs into deer. I've shot at bears trying to steal deer from a hanging pole, and my heartbeat stayed inside its lane. This was different. There was no hunt in it. There was leave. I went back for the birds the next morning. I know someone will ask. That makes it sound braver than it was. Daylight removes all kinds of things. We walked back in on the same path with our heads full of what had happened and our eyes doing too much. The stump was where it always is. The dropped grouse were gone. Something had been there in the hours between. Could have been fox, could have been a fisher, could have been a person who found a free dinner. The feathers were scattered in a way that didn't tell me much. The moss where I think I heard that heavy foot had a crushed spot. But if you took a picture of it, you'd be chasing your own reflection more than any truth. We didn't go to the clearing. I didn't want to see it in day and find it looked small. I wanted the size in my head to stay the size it was. Since that day, any howl that floats through a patch of woods gets my full attention. I don't roll my eyes and say coyote the way I used to. I don't call every sound something it isn't either. I just listen different. There's a line between a call and a presence, and once you've felt the latter, you can't pretend you don't hear when it's in the room. People like to button these things up with a lesson or a piece of gear they trust now, or a technique. I've got none of that. I have one last moment that sits with me like a pebble in a boot. We were an arm's length from the main trail, the spur, whatever you want to call it, and it all stopped. Not the woods, the thing. It had stayed with us, silent and heavy and close, for that entire stretch, and then the second our feet touched the path everyone uses, it was gone, like a curtain fell. I stood there trying to hear it behind the humming in my ears, waiting for one more step, one more brush against a branch, one more breath of a thing with lungs. There wasn't any. It wasn't like it backed off. It was like it let go. That's the best I can do. It happened, and then it didn't. And I've never once since then heard a howl and thought, just a coyote, without that ridgeline and that black silhouette coming up in my head, cut hard against the last light, and then nothing, like the night shut its mouth. Story 11, May of 1986, St. Louis County, Minnesota. I could map that weekend by the smells alone if I had to. Hot pine and lake water in the daytime, Coleman fuel and wet nylon at night. There were 4 of us. Me, Roy, Rick, and Ken. We had meant to camp at another lake first, but a bear had torn through that spot and ruined everything. Cooler tipped, wrappers everywhere, a tent wall clawed like paper. We pulled out and said, forget it, we'll go to Ram's Head Lake and make the most of what was left of our time. Ram's Head has a little island you can pitch on if you get there early. We did. It felt like a reset. Start over, new fire ring, shake out the sleeping bags, hang the food right. Just a normal North Woods fix to a problem. The island wasn't much, just a hump of rock with skinny pines bent by the wind and a ring of scrub around the middle. The water there has that deep tea color when you scoop it, tannins and thyme. We had 3 boats between us, 2 beat-up plastic kayaks, and 1 old canoe that rode low and complained when loaded. May up there means the black flies are just waking up and the mosquitoes are auditioning. But we had head nets, and the wind kept them off in the open. We lit the stove for coffee, hid the bacon smell fast like we'd learned our lesson, and settled into the simple camp rhythm. Tent poles, stakes, a blue tarp rigged between 2 trees in case the lake made its own weather, a pile of dry kindling stacked like a tiny wood teepee. That first evening was quiet, in the way you don't notice at first. The loons called once across the water and then shut up. We ate simple, fried whatever hadn't been bear-stamped, and some bread that tasted like smoke by the time we were done. The lake had that flat you get when the wind dies and the place holds its breath. No beer, no nonsense, just talking small, sitting with a little pool of lantern light around us, the hiss of the mantle steady and comforting. We turned in early because we'd had enough of cleaning up after a bear and wanted the kind of sleep that knocks you out bone deep. The next day we poked around the shoreline and paddled to stretch out the bad mood from the first camp. Downstream of Ram's Head is Meander Creek. It's exactly what it sounds like. It snakes and doubles back and disappears behind a bank of alder and then shows up again somewhere else. There's a little waterfall in there, not a postcard fall, just a spill where the creek hops down a lip of rock and makes a permanent damp. Somebody had built a crude rock step over near it, but you still get wet if you go up. By afternoon, I had an itch to be alone for a bit. You get 4 guys on a tiny island, and every little move turns into someone else's business. I told the others I was going to take the kayak up Meander and see what the little waterfall looked like from up close. It was hot enough that the idea of getting wet wasn't a problem. The light had that tired look late afternoon gets in May. Colors still bright, but edges going soft. I clipped my knife on my belt out of habit, tossed a water bottle into the kayak, and pushed off. The creek mouth smelled different than the lake. Colder, greener. You could feel the pull of the current under the hull in a way that made the boat twitch. Alder branches hung low and made a tunnel, and I had to lie almost flat a couple times and pull myself forward hand over hand along the limbs to keep from getting scraped. Boulders under the water wore that slick that wants you to remember what balance is. The air cooled as I went, shade stacking up overhead until the lake felt a long way off. I could hear the little falls before I saw it, just this constant chatter. By the time I got to the spill, my calves were wet from stepping out to drag the boat over the skinny parts, and my forearms had that ache from pulling along the alders. The fall itself was maybe as high as my waist. The water sheeted over a dark rock face and threw a spray that had carved moss into a permanent carpet. It smelled alive there, not rotten, just full. I got out, pulled the kayak onto a rock shelf, and stood there just breathing for a minute, letting the cold of it creep under my shirt. It was the kind of place where you can tell animals come down. Scuffed mud on the bank, deer slots melting into one big smear, raccoon handprints like little aliens, nothing that made alarms go off, just a spot. I heard the steps before I understood I had heard them. That doesn't make sense until it happens to you. They started as a sense that someone else had stepped into the sound of the place. The fall noise covers a lot, but there's a pattern in footfalls you can't mistake, even when it's damp and the ground mutes things. One, then another. Not a 4-legged pace. They weren't coming right at me. They were sliding around me, a slow circle, deliberate, using the thicker stuff to stay out of sight. I turned my head like I could hear with my eyes if I just picked the right angle. The hair along my forearm stood up hard enough I could feel it through the sleeves. Then came the knock, a hard, clean crack of wood on wood, not a branch breaking under weight. I grew up splitting wood. I know what it sounds like when a good dry stick meets another on purpose. This was that. It came from off to my right, maybe out beyond the trees where the alder gives way to older stuff. It wasn't far, 15, 20 paces. Close enough that it cut through the fall's sound like a hand across a face. I froze. I could feel the exact place in my body I was supposed to move from if I had to run, but nothing moved, not a breath. My throat felt tight, like I'd swallowed cold air too fast. I don't mind saying I got scared fast. It wasn't movie fear. It wasn't a story. It was that old animal fear that lives low and doesn't need you to explain it anything. Something was making it clear I wasn't alone, and it wasn't shy. The steps kept that half circle going, slow, careful, staying in the thicker brush like it was reading the space and my place in it. Another knock, one single, not a series, popped from a different position. Whoever or whatever was out there had moved without me hearing the in-between. That got into my head. I've spent enough time in the woods to know how hard it is to be quiet when you're big. I backed up without knowing I'd started backing up. My heel hit the kayak, and the boat shifted a little, and the plastic hull made that low scrape on wet rock that sounds louder than a gunshot when you want to be quiet. Everything in me clenched for a second, waiting for something to happen right then. Nothing. The fall kept falling. The steps stopped. I slid the kayak back into the water like it was full of eggs and dropped on my stomach and paddled away like a kid, using the bank to pull myself along until the creek took me. Every sound my boat made felt like it would draw teeth. Once, I hit the open of the lake. I let the current and my shaky arms do the work, and I headed back to the island with that bad feeling chasing me across the top of the water. I didn't want to say it out loud, because saying it out loud makes it stick, but I also didn't want to act like nothing had happened, and then sit there on an island pretending I wasn't still hearing it in my head. I told them exactly what I just wrote. Steps, circle, wood on wood, close. Roy laughed first. Not mean, nervous. The way someone laughs when they want to keep something in a box that says weird but explainable. Rick said beavers slap tails and the sound bounces. Ken said maybe I startled a moose and what I'd heard was branches after it went through. I shook my head. I said no, this was different. They got curious anyway because that's what men do even when they should leave it. We took 2 boats back toward Meander. Roy and I in the kayak. Rick and Ken in the canoe because it holds more people who want to lean too far over the side. We slid into the creek, and the sound of the lake fell away behind us. The little tunnel of branches pressed in. I felt stupid and brave, and both felt bad. Every scrape of boat on rock telegraphed into my bones. The smell of the green in there got thicker a dozen feet before the fall. We were in the pocket of cooler air by the waterfall when another knock snapped from off to our left in the trees, not far. The kind where you can tell exactly where you'd point if someone made you. Roy grinned and said the kind of thing a man says when he's going to prove a point. He hopped out into ankle-deep water, pushed into the brush, and went 3 steps quicker than I wanted him to. The woods swallowed him almost instantly. The space he'd been in was empty, and the green closed behind him. Another knock sounded farther back. Same clean strike. It landed like a breadcrumb you shouldn't follow. For a few seconds we could hear Roy push, branches slap his jacket, boots sucking in the wet spots. Then even that stopped. He called out, not panicked but not calm either, asking us to keep talking so he could land back where we were. He'd stepped into a pocket of thick stuff and the sound had jumped and he was pointed wrong. If you know that kind of cover, you know how easy it is to drift 10 yards to the side and end up thinking you went straight. I felt this awful sense of a line drawing him away from us, not far, not fast, just enough to make him step again and forget the way back. The knock had been the lure. I knew it like I knew my own name in that minute. We kept our voices steady and dumb, saying our own names, saying his, saying shore, saying falls, giving him landmarks like the creek mouth and the rock lip and the way the wind felt cooler. He came back with twigs in his hair, and a scratch across one cheek that beaded a little and made him look like the kind of picture you see in old magazines about men being men. He looked a lot less sure of himself. He said the ground in there had felt wrong, full of holes where there weren't holes when he'd looked, like the place wanted him a few feet away from where we were. I filed the word wanted away in my head and didn't take it out right then. We got out of there, back to the island, the stupid safe circle of fabric and rope and coffee cups. We tried to make it normal. We cooked. We played at cards for a bit under the tarp while the lantern hissed and turned the bugs into tiny zipping shadows. The jokes we might have made stayed stuck in our throats because laughter felt like it would bring something closer. The air out on the lake had gone flat. No loons, no nothing. I lay in my sleeping bag listening to the little sounds a bag makes when you move your legs. Someone else turned over and their pad squeaked. I drifted in and out. Somewhere around 4 a.m., I know because the world has a shape then, and I glanced at my watch on reflex, and the numbers had their green chemical look. We were all snapped awake at once by a splash, not a beaver slap. I know that sound. A beaver tail is a sharp, flat crack that slices the air. This was mass. This was a body hitting water, deep and heavy, like someone threw a fieldstone the size of a car tire off a dock. It came from the water just off the island on the side where we'd tucked the boats up onto rock. The waves rolled under the tent floor after, that slow thump-thump against shore stones, and the tent walls brushed my face and then settled. I could feel my pulse in my lips. We didn't move for what felt like a long time. No one unzipped a flap. No one reached for a light. I listened so hard, the blood in my own ears turned into a kind of static. There was no follow-up, no breathing, no second splash. The lake went back to pretending it was just a lake. A loon called once, short and low, more like an answer to its own question than a song. I lay there waiting for the beaver tail that would let me blame it on something neat and small. It never came. At first light, the island looked like any other morning. The tarp had dew on it. The stove hissed and spit. Steam came off the coffee like a thread. We went down to the boats, the way you go to something you're half sure you don't want to be at. The canoe sat where we left it. The kayaks lay cockeyed on their bellies, with one paddle halfway under a root where it had slid. And then there it was, on the flat rock, right next to where we pull up, one wet footprint. I am careful with this part because it's the part that makes people lean back and raise an eyebrow. It wasn't a clean, cast-ready print with ridges laid out and a big romantic story ready to pour around it. It was simple, a wet shape where a dry shape should be dry. The rock had warmed in the early light enough to start drying the night's damp off. This patch hadn't dried. It was the size that grabbed me first. 14 inches, maybe a hair more, and wider than anything I've ever seen on a human foot. My boots then were around 11 inches end to end. I set one next to the shape without letting the sole touch the wet, and the print outgrew it in every direction. Toes. You could see the round suggestions of 5 toes at the front edge, the middle ones more clear, the small one a smudge. The arch area was not skinny. It was wide, the way something is built to carry weight without needing a narrow curve. The heel blended into the rock where the water had smeared off the side of the foot when it pushed. It was just the one. Nothing else on the rock. Nothing crisp in the sand between stones. No line of tracks on the crumbly edge. Water keeps secrets. If it stepped out and back, the rest of the story stayed in the lake. We stared at that one mark like it was a word we all knew but had agreed not to say out loud. Rick went very practical. He pulled out a cheap plastic ruler that he kept for maps and measured. He said the number aloud and then corrected himself, like saying numbers exactly would make it behave. Ken put his hand next to the toes without touching and then pulled it back like the wet might jump. Roy didn't say a thing. He just stared and then looked out over the water toward where the splash had come from. We started breaking camp without deciding to. The quiet between us did the deciding. Food went into packs. The tarp came down. The tent got shaken out and stuffed. The trash got tied up. The rock with the print on it had gone from a patch of wet to a patch of less wet. The sun was doing its work. The details blurred a little. I wanted to take a picture. I didn't have anything to take one with, and even if I had, a damp shape on a rock doesn't prove anything to someone who wasn't there when your knees went loose at seeing it. It proved something to me. That's enough, and not enough in the wrong ways. We hauled gear to the boats in 2 trips. The island looked smaller all of a sudden. I kept feeling the urge to keep my back away from the shore, to not give the water the clean line of my spine. Dumb, I know. We pushed off around mid-morning, not a word about staying the extra day. The bows cut the water and made that soft purl the way they always do. The smell of the lake came up, clean and old. I looked back once, because I couldn't make myself not look. The rock was drying, the shape was fading. The sun takes what it wants. I've told the bones of this to people, and they make the same faces and say the same things. Beavers slap, moose kick water, camp smoke does weird things to a man's head. I don't argue. I don't want to be the guy at the end of the dock yelling at clouds. I know the difference between a beaver's angry smack and a body coming up or going in with enough weight to move a tent wall a little. I know the difference between a random branch crack and a stick hitting another stick with purpose. I know the way thick cover can tilt your sense of direction and how easy it is to pull someone off their line with a sound, because I watched Roy take those stupid 3 steps and then a 4th and then ask for our voices to bring him back. The clearest thing in me from that day isn't fear in the early morning with the splash or the weird mix of bravado and embarrassment when we went back into Meander together. It's the feeling I had in the creek, standing by that fall when the first knock came, and then a second from a new place. It was a lure, it was patience, it was a hand patting a seat 2 feet to your left and saying, without words, "Come sit here where I want you." I hate that. I hate how I can still feel it years later and feel my heel bump the kayak and my body move, because some old part of me knew the right move wasn't bravery, it was leaving. There isn't a neat end to this. We didn't see a giant shape step out and wave and give us the quote we could take to the bar. We didn't cast the print or hang a picture on a wall. We left because that's what felt right, but I do have a last second that won't let me go. We were almost to the mouth of Meander, where the creek gives up and lets the lake have it. The water goes glassy there when the wind is down. The alders make a little hard tunnel, and you pop through into blue, and it feels like someone has let you up from a long dive. As the bow of the kayak clicked out of that green shade and into open, there was a single flat knock from back in the trees, not angry, not loud, placed, like a period. We all heard it because nobody said they didn't. We turned our heads, paddles dripping, waiting for another. None came. The lake lay flat. The sun warmed my forearms, and that was it. Happened and then stopped, like a hand disappearing off the back of your shoulder. I still don't have a better way to explain any of it. Story 12. I used to live right on the edge of Sherbrook Forest, off Nation Road in Victoria. If you've lived there, you know the smell that hangs in the air. Wet eucalyptus, damp soil, that cold fern smell that hits you in the chest when the temperature drops at night. My place was close enough that I could step out, cross the narrow bit of grass, and my boots would be on trail in under a minute. Back then, I had this dumb personal challenge I used to say out loud to make it real. I bet I could do an overnight by myself in the forest. No tent, no mates, just me, a headlamp, a torch, and a stubborn streak. I wasn't trying to be a hero. It was a dare to myself, the kind you make when you think you know a place because you see it every day through your window. I picked a night late in the cool season when the days were short and the nights were clear. I packed light because I was only going a short way in. Small pack, water bottle, a sandwich, a cheap foam pad to keep the ground from printing its cold into my bones. A thin jacket, my phone shoved in a pocket, even though service dies once you drop into the gullies, and 2 lights. A headlamp and a little torch with a crank in case the batteries went dumb on me. I zipped the jacket up under my chin, flipped the headlamp off to save battery, and walked in with just what the sky gave me. The last houses along Nation Road dropped away behind me. The noises of people, TVs, a dog barking, a car door, fell out fast. The first thing that replaced them was the creek. It talks all the time out there, a constant low run and little splashes where it catches itself on rocks. The trail I took wasn't a secret. It's the one that skirts the creek for a while and then climbs, narrow and dark under the big tree ferns. The ground in spots is duff and leaf litter that swallows your footfall. Other parts are hard clay that shines in your torch and tries to roll your ankles. I knew where the steps were cut into the slopes and where the logs were laid across the boggier bits. I picked a spot just off the line of the trail where the ferns thin out and there's a flat patch. It felt safe in daylight. It still felt safe then. I lay down on the foam, head on the pack, and watched the dark organize itself. Forest sound at night is a thing you get used to in layers. First, you hear the obvious, owls doing that two-note call, possums scrabbling up trunks, the creek's steady talk. Then your ears tune to smaller things, tiny rustles in the leaf litter, the flick of a bat, something heavy moving far off, and then choosing not to be near you. There were lyrebirds back in there too. If you've ever heard one when you're not expecting it, they'll put your heart in your throat. They mimic chainsaws, car alarms, flashing beeps, the lot. I told myself that out loud in my head as I listened, because words like that make a person feel smarter than they are. I was fine. I even dozed off for a bit, head buzzing, body trying to find a way to rest when the ground keeps telling you that you're not designed for it. Sometime after midnight, that lazy peace vanished. It didn't fade. It cut out. The creek was still the creek. Still, the forest shut its mouth. The quiet was this heavy thing, like the air had thickened and you could feel it on your skin. I sat up without meaning to. I did that slow turn of the head to try to put ears where eyes couldn't go. The first sound came from deeper in, beyond the line of the creek, a little up on the slope. It was a knock. Not a branch falling, not a wallaby bumping something loose. A clean, hard strike of wood on wood, and not two little sticks either. It was heavy, like someone had taken a trunk and rammed it into another. It thudded in my chest. I felt the ground tell me it had happened. A beat later, it came again. Same weight, a long pause, then a third, a little farther, and with that one, I had this childish, embarrassing urge to get up and run without packing anything. I told myself, lyrebirds. I told myself some bloke had ducked in where he shouldn't be and was doing something stupid. I told myself a tree had let go. The part of me that was listening knew none of that was true. Those knocks had aim. There were breaths between them, like the person hitting the wood was breathing. The breathing wasn't short. It was that slow, sure breathing you hear from someone who lifts heavy and knows what they're doing. I put the headlamp on and clicked it to the lowest setting because bright feels safe and also makes you blind to what's outside your little circle. I didn't pack the foam neatly. I grabbed it under my arm, shoved the sandwich into the pack without looking, and started walking. No shame in leaving. That's what I said to myself. Walking turned into moving quick without quite running. The trail is different at night. What you step over in daylight has a way of stepping up to trip you when you're in a hurry. The headlamp picked out the roots and the way wet leaves shine like glass where they want you to slip. My breath got loud in my own head, and I had to tell myself to keep it low so I could still hear. That's when the scream came. It didn't come from behind me or from somewhere random. It came from above, up in the canopy line, like it was laid across the tops of the trees. It wasn't a human yell. It wasn't a lyrebird pretending to be something. It was a long, ripping sound that ran the length of the ridge and snapped off, not like someone running out of air, but like someone deciding to stop. I felt it in my chest the way you feel a big truck go by. It made me duck without thinking. It had this edge to it like metal and had a rhythm in the center like breath under the shout. I've heard people call it a war cry in their own words. It felt like a weapon. It made the forest go flatter than flat. Even the creek sounded like it was trying to stay quiet. I moved. No pretending after that. I wasn't going to finish my little solo dare for the night. I wanted the road, and I wanted the stupid hum of a car on wet bitumen and porch lights, and even that one dog that always barks twice when you walk past. The trail hugs the creek for a while. I know that. The creek then drops away for a bit and leaves you on a side slope where bracken hides the edges. As I came into that part, the sound started up again, but not loud this time. Steps. To my right, on the other side of the creek, keeping pace. Heavy, not clumsy. I know what a fox sounds like in leaves. I know what a person in trainers sounds like when they think they're sneaking. This was neither. Whatever it was big, and it was using the creek line to match me. I didn't look into the dark and expect to see eyes. That's movie brain. I kept my head forward and my ears to the side. The steps were in a rhythm with me. If I sped up, they sped up. If the trail made me check my pace at a tight turn, the steps checked a half beat after. Once there was a splash, not a big one, just water surprised by weight at the edge. Once there was the sound of a fern frond snapping back after being brushed aside. Once I smelled wet something with a heat in it that wasn't just mud and leaf. It drifted and then it was gone. In the part where the creek side is a little flatter, I heard it move ahead of me for a handful of beats and then stop like it had stepped into a spot where it could watch me pass. I've never felt so stupid for wearing a headlamp. I clicked it lower and then off and let my eyes strain. It didn't help. Darkness is darkness. The trail started to climb toward the road. You can tell because the air thins and the sound of the creek drops out. The ground under my boots changed from spongy to that gravelly crunch that means someone at some point tried to fix a washout. I could see a smudge through the trees where the nightlight of the road lives. My legs went a little untrustworthy right then, because relief will undo you quicker than fear sometimes. The steps to my right didn't hurry. They stayed even. I didn't try to bolt, because bolting felt like the kind of wrong move that makes things pay attention to you in the worst way. I broke out of the trees at the verge. The bitumen of Nation Road sat there like an answer you can't quite believe. No cars. The whole place was a little silver from the sky, and near me it was dark. I stood at the edge of the bush and looked back in. My body wanted me to keep walking, to get to my front door, to close it, to turn a lock and stand there with my back against wood. Some other part of me said, "Don't turn your back on that line." So I stood. It showed itself. It didn't charge. It didn't make a sound. It stepped to the very edge of the bush, not into the road, just to where the rubber of the tire marks meets the leaf litter. And it stopped. If it had been a person in a coat, I would be writing a different thing. It wasn't. It was old. That's the word that lands in my head every time I try to put another one there. Old, like something that has been standing at the edge of places longer than people built roads. It was huge. I'm not guessing when I say close to 8 feet. The top of it, erased sky. The chest was massive, not bodybuilder show muscle, but the kind of bigger life of moving loads gives you. The arms hung straight down, hands relaxed, not curled into fists. The head looked wrong to me because we're used to necks. This looked like the head set into the shoulders, forward a touch, domed on top in a way I wasn't ready for. The hair was dark. In the low light, I could see the places where it lifted at the edges and lay flat in others. On the head, where the hair was shorter, there were lighter bits. Silver at the tips, like age lives there the way it does in people, only rougher. I didn't see teeth. I didn't see eyes shine. I saw a face I don't have a tidy picture for, with the brow heavy and the eyes deep enough that the shadow kept them, and the nose not long like an animal muzzle but set in a face. It didn't move. That was the worst part. It stood with its arms by its sides, and it looked at me. I don't mean it looked past me or around me. It put its whole head and chest toward me and gave me all of its attention without doing anything else. I thought stupidly that it was presenting itself, like someone saying here, "This is the thing you've been scared of. This is what your body's been revving for. This is me." I wish I could explain how certain I was in that second that if it wanted to, it could close that short distance and have its hands on me before I could step back off the verge. There was no fight in me. There was no run left. I stood there, and my hands felt heavy, and my mouth was dry, and my heart felt like it had moved into my throat. The only thing I had was the thin line of the road between us and the belief that roads meant something to it, like they do to animals that don't like to cross open spaces. That's a silly belief. It's what I had. I don't know how long we stood like that. Not long. Time stretched enough for my brain to try to grab details it could hold later, so I wouldn't convince myself later I'd made this up. The silver tips on the head hair, the thickness of the wrists, the way the arms didn't swing or flex, but had this live tension like a rope holds when it's weight-bearing but not moving. The way the air felt heavy again, the complete lack of any sound in the bush behind it. No possum, no drip, no little branch adjusting itself. That scream from earlier had taken sound hostage, and this thing standing there kept it. I blinked. I didn't mean to. My eyes had been on that single shape for so long that they dried out and did what eyes do. When my eyes opened again, the edge of the bush was just bush. Nothing crashed. No branch moved. There was no retreat noise, no big body making the mistakes big bodies make in undergrowth. It was just gone. 1 second it was the only thing in front of me. The next second I was staring at dark ferns and the thin line of the creek beyond and the lighter sky behind the canopy. The road felt like it had sucked the heat out of my feet right then. I stood another breath and listened for one more sound. Nothing. Something like an owl did a call down the road, soft and far. It made the quiet feel even bigger. I didn't run. I couldn't have if I'd tried. I walked in that careful, fast way you walk when your body thinks any sudden move is the one that breaks the spell. My hands shook once I got to my own gate. I remember the way the latch rattled against the post, this stupid small clink that sounded way too normal. I went inside, shut the door, turned the lock, then stood there listening to the house make house sounds, the fridge hum, a distant car on the main road, a neighbor's water pipes. My body finally remembered to breathe properly, and when it did, I felt that little end of adrenaline tremble in my knees. I didn't sleep. I lay on the bed fully dressed, with the headlamp still around my neck like a kid, and watched the light under the door to the hall and waited for anything, any small knock, any sound of weight on the porch. None came. Morning came like morning does, too bright after a night like that. I made coffee I didn't drink and stared at my hands holding the cup like they belonged to someone else. When the sun was up properly, I walked back out to the verge because part of me is stubborn and stupid. There were no prints to photograph, nothing to point at. Asphalt doesn't hold stories for you. The bush looked like bush in daylight. The creek sounded like it had never shut up. People like to wrap these things up with a fix. I never went back, nor I learned X, nor never again. Here's the plain truth. I never went back at night. Daylight? Yes. I still walk those lines with the sun up and other people around because I live here and I love it, and I'm not going to pretend the place is only what that one night made it. But I have not stepped off Nation Road into that dark after dinner since. I don't need to. I know what I know. When I think back to that night, it doesn't come in like a dream with soft edges. It's sharp. The heavy wood-on-wood that I felt in my feet. The scream that ran the ridge and cut off like a switch. The steps to my right, keeping pace like a shadow off the creek. And that last piece, the thing standing at the edge of the bush, still looking at me, the whole body saying without sound that if I was looking to put a face to my fear, here it was. Then gone. No end credits. No sound of it walking away, just that gone. That. I stood on the road with my breath going too fast and listened for one more leaf to move or one more foot to place. Nothing. It just stopped, and I'm still stuck there in my head, at that thin strip of bitumen, waiting for the second sound that never came. Story 13. I never thought the smell of antifreeze would be the thing that snaps me back there, but that's what does it. That sweet, hot, chemical stink and the little tick-tick-tick of a cooling engine. It takes me straight back to that stretch of empty Montana highway in the middle of the night. I wasn't out doing anything wild. I was driving home. That's it. 2 lanes, no streetlights, a strip of black laid over open country and timber, the kind of road where the distance feels like a real thing in the car with you. It was around 1:30 in the morning. The sky was clear enough to make you think about how dark the dark really is when the moon is down and there's nothing else out there with you. I'd been on the move a long time that day. One of those days where you do the job, you push later than you plan, and you tell yourself you'll just take it easy on the way back. There wasn't another car in sight ahead or behind for miles. The highway rolled gently, long flats and those shallow dips that hide things until you're on top of them. Open range signs every so often, fences out there, but they're not telling animals what to do. I had the radio low, enough to keep me awake, not enough to make me miss how the tires hum on that rougher cut of asphalt you get in cold places. My cruise control wasn't on, because on roads like that you keep your foot ready for the unexpected. The heater made that soft plastic smell that old dashes make when they've been on a while. The headlights throw a tunnel. Anyone who's driven that kind of road at that time knows the tunnel. It's your whole world. The rest of the world could be gone, and you wouldn't know until you left it. The edges of that tunnel were full of nothing, and then they weren't. Something huge charged into the beam, not a bounce, not a little sidestep. It came into the lane like a mass had made a decision. I saw hair first, not the shaggy chest hair you see on elk. Long hair hanging, moving in ways hair moves on a body because it has weight. The height of it was wrong. I had that instant animal brain flash, elk. Then a second later my hands were already doing what hands do. Brake pedal hard, wheel straight, eyes flicked to the shoulder, back to the thing. The belt locked me to the seat and my chest got that squeezed feeling that says this is going to hurt. The impact was one sound, and then 1,000 smaller sounds. The main hit was a deep slam that I felt in the steering column and up through my wrists and in my teeth. And in the hood snapped up, buckled and popped. Something heavy rolled up onto the front of the car and then off. The front end nosed down. There was a white hiss as the radiator blew and steam rose up into the beam and made a wall of bright. The right headlight died instantly. The left went dimmer and flickered like it wanted in on the drama. The car skidded straight somehow and then stopped half crooked in the lane, hazard lights clicking like a metronome with no sense of the situation. My chest hurt where the belt bit. My knee banged the dash and went hot. I sat there with my hands still on the wheel because my body hadn't gotten the message yet that the part of this where you steer was over. The engine shuddered and died on its own, the cabin filled with that sweet stink and the weird hot metal sour that says something's bleeding under the hood. I went to reach for the ignition and my fingers didn't find it at first because my hands were shaking. I told myself to breathe. It wasn't a thought, it was a command. The breath did nothing to help. Something moved on the road in front of me, in the wash of my one good headlight. Not the ragged kick of a dying elk. This stood. A shape the size of my car's windshield got up off the road. It planted a hand, an actual hand, on the asphalt and pushed itself up in one motion, legs under it, arms swinging back for balance. There's no world where an elk does that. The hair on its forearms moved like wet rope. The torso came up, and I saw the chest expand under all that hair with a big breath that made the hair lift and settle. It turned half toward the car and let out a sound that landed like a muffled moan. Not an animal's high scream, not a human word, a groaning sound that carried anger and hurt in one line. That's when my brain stopped trying to put a friendly label on it. Whatever I had hit was upright. Its shoulders filled the headlight enough that the road behind it disappeared. The arms were long out of proportion to a man. The head sat forward, not perched up. The face, what I could see of it through the mess of hair, was flat in places where animals are long, with a heavy brow that threw the eyes into shadow. The nose wasn't a long snout. The mouth was a line. There was blood, dark and not doing much more than dripping. My belt had me so tight in the seat I could feel the webbing press into my collarbone, and the only part of me that moved was my eyes. I thought about reversing, useless thought. The engine said no. The gear shift felt like a toy in my hand, and then my hand dropped because the shape in the light took 2 steps toward me. 2. The ground between us disappeared. The left side of it went out of the headlight beam, and the rest was suddenly close. My own door window was full of hair and a big shoulder and the sound of breathing from the other side of the glass. I didn't have time to do anything. Fingers wide, thick, with cracked nails like horn, reached under the window frame and into the seam of the door. The metal squealed. The hinge didn't give at first, and then it did. The door came away from the car like it belonged to it in a looser way than it does in the daylight. The door was just gone, in a wrench and a metallic rip, and the cold air and the smell of it poured in. The hand came in next. It went to the front of my coat and closed. The seatbelt did what it is designed to do and then found out what it isn't designed for. It caught and cut into my shoulder and ribs, and then something gave. Maybe the belt webbing slipped a tiny bit through the latch. Maybe the plastic anchor flexed. Maybe the stitching at my shoulder seam tore. I don't know. All I know is I went sideways, up over the console like nothing, and then out and down. The asphalt hit my left hip and the back of my head, and the world turned into white noise and stars for a breath. When it focused again, I was flat on my back in the lane, looking up at the steam blowing sideways across the headlight like slow white fog, the hazard lights clicking like an idiot heartbeat, and the big shape above me blocking everything else. It stood over me. The chest was a wall. The breath came out of it in long pulls that lifted hair and blew a hot, rank smell over me. Wet dog, old dirt, something sour like old meat. A low sound rolled out of it. I call it a growl because that's as close as I can get with a word, but it wasn't a cartoon bear sound. It was lower. It vibrated in my sternum like bass, like someone put a speaker inside my chest. The eyes were over me, set back, catching just enough of the headlight to show a wet shine without color. The face came down toward mine, and that's when the fear locked my body in place so hard I might as well have been poured into the asphalt. That was the bad moment, not the hit, not the door going. That second, where its face was above mine, and we were close enough that I could see that the hair on the face was thinner, that the skin under it had that grey-brown tone that doesn't look like anything I've seen up close, that the brow ridge had a little notch in it like an old scar. The eyes met mine and I understood, like you do with people in bars when you've knocked into someone at the wrong time, that it was angry, not confused, not scared, angry. It had been moving, and then a wall had hit it, and then my car had turned into a heat and a noise and a pain. And you don't need to be anything like human to connect the shape on the ground with the thing that made pain happen. I didn't plead. I didn't move. I didn't talk. There are a lot of movies in the world that tell you you'll do something smart. The real thing is smaller. My palms went cold, my ears filled with my own pulse, my tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth, and my eyes stayed on it because looking away felt like the wrong move. It looked back, and that line between us locked in. I have never felt smaller. The size was one thing. The attention was worse. I was the thing all that size was focused on for a breath, and that's where panic lives. Then something ordinary saved me. Lights, not right on us. Far. That glow that comes up over the top of a rise when headlights find air, then the actual twin dots lifting and rolling toward us, white and sure, in a way that filled in the edges of the world again. The big shape twisted its head, not like an animal spooked by a sound, more like a person hearing someone come into a room. It breathed in with its head up, a big smell, leaned back like it was weighing the whole layout. The car, me, the shoulder, the oncoming. It looked down at me one more time, and then everything about it changed speed. I don't have another word for how fast it moved away. It turned and took the lane down the center line, like the road belonged to it. Long strides that ate distance, arms pumping in a way that wasn't messy. It didn't run like a man flailing. It ran like it had done it forever. The hair lifted and smoothed with the movement. In a handful of seconds, it was out of the reach of my headlight and then out of the world again. The cars coming took the curve slow, and their lights washed the road in a way that made the steam off my hood burn bright again, and there was nothing in it but the shimmer of heat and the shape of the lane. The first driver who got to me had that tired middle-of-the-night face. and he moved the way people move when they find something they weren't ready to find. He got me sitting because flat on my back wasn't doing me any favors. He said things. I heard all of it as noise that isn't a growl, and it was the best noise I've ever heard. He went and looked at my car and then looked at the black shape the car had dropped in the lane. You know the mess a big animal makes when a car hits it. This wasn't that mess. There was a smear of fluid where my radiator had bled, and there were places where something wet and dark had landed and stuck and then gone. He called for help because that's what you do, because that's what your hands know how to do in the world we actually live in. Law came the way law comes in the middle of nowhere. A county rig, lights that made the night look like a small room. The click of a radio, questions. Had I been drinking? Number, any meds, number. What did I hit? I said, bear. It came out of me automatic because it was a word that fit into the space in the other man's head across from me, and because I was not ready to say the other thing. The deputy went and began measuring. They always measure. He looked at the impact point on my car. He looked at where the door should have been. He looked at the hinge, like maybe time could be persuaded to rewind, so the story made more sense. He shined his light down the road the way I had, and it showed nothing but heat dancing. I didn't change my word when they wrote it down. Bear. Everyone in that uniform knows Bear's Crossroads. You can say bear and get handed a form and a tow and go home. Say the other word and you get different looks. I wasn't up for the other looks. My shoulder hurt and my ribs hurt, and the shake in my hands hadn't stopped, and I wanted a shower and a chair, and to be in a room where doors are loud when they open. They towed my car. The driver wrapped a chain around a place in the front where there shouldn't be a place to wrap a chain, because the hood had folded like paper and made one. The tow truck's orange light spun and turned the night into little slices. Steam kept breathing out of the nose of the car like a dying animal, and every time a hiss happened, I flinched, because my body was still matching the sounds to the ones from a minute before. We stood by the shoulder and let the cold do what it does to shock, until the inside of my mouth tasted like pennies, and I started to feel every bruise at once. The next day I went back with someone else, because you have to see the place in daylight, or it becomes a story you can't get out of. It looked like any other stretch of road, black line laid over big space. Some plastic from my headlight glittered in the gravel. The radiator had bled a dark streak down the lane that trucks had already cut through in long strips. There were marks in the brush at the edge, like something heavy had gone through fast at one point, but you could spend all day in Montana pointing at places where something heavy went through fast. There wasn't a scrape from a hoof. There wasn't a big patch of hair in the lane you could hold up and say, "From this." I did find one long hair caught on the lower hinge where the door had been. Dark, almost black, coarse. I could feel it under my thumb. I didn't take it to anybody. I let it go in the wind without meaning to, and watching it go made me feel stupid and relieved at the same time. Since then, I have not said the other word to the people whose job it is to write things down. I said bear. I repeated it to my insurance. I let my friends say it when they told the story for me, because I didn't want them learning the face you get from people when you say the other one. But I know what got up out of the road in front of my car. I know what took 2 steps and made the door feel like cardboard. I know what looked at me from a foot away and let me see enough of its face to keep me up sometimes when sleep doesn't want me. Any time I drive that road at night, there's no avoiding it, it's the way home. I turn the radio down before I can see the marker for that stretch. I watch the beam like a person listening for their name in a crowd. That's stupid. I know it's stupid. But there's a place about a mile before where my hands start to sweat on the wheel and I check my speed like I'm being watched. Maybe it's just the way bodies record impact in their own dumb language. Maybe it's nothing. The last time I went past, late winter late, the kind of night where the cold gets glassy, I caught a whiff of that sweet hot coolant smell where there should not have been any, like my own car's ghost was still there. There was no steam, no broken glass, just the smell. My chest did that same little tight move it did that night, and I turned the heater down as if that would make air molecules behave. I watched the edge of the beam for movement and got nothing. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding, and then I felt it. That stupid, hard-to-describe feeling like a glance on the back of your neck. Not a stare, a recognition, like a place saying, "I remember you." Then it was gone. No sound followed, no shape moved. The tires hummed, the heater ticked, the dash made its plastic settling sounds. It happened, and then it stopped. I still don't have better words than that. Story 14. I didn't go out there trying to be brave. We just wanted to fish. It was 2015, early summer, and I'd come back to Indiana to spend a long weekend with my dad. We picked a spot off the West Fork. If you're from there, you know there are stretches where the water runs slow and flat under sycamores and then picks up and talks over gravel bars. We found a pull-off with a little trace of old tire ruts going down to a flat by the bank. No signs, no other trucks. The day was warm without being ugly. A little breeze coming down the water, that green smell of algae on rock mixing with mud and river willow. We set up camp the same way I have since I was a kid. Dad likes simple. Two-man tent we've had forever, still smells like old plastic and camp smoke. Blue tarp for a fly if the weather turns, little ring of rocks for a fire, gathered just out of the way so we didn't pull all the nice ones off the shoreline. He fussed with the rods while I got the stove and a small pan out. We don't do much complicated when we fish. A coffee can with night crawlers in damp newspaper, a bag of split shot, a handful of small hooks and swivels. We each had one heavier rod for catfish with cut bait and one light one for smallmouth if we got the urge. A cooler with water and some stuff Mum had put together because she doesn't trust us to eat a real dinner if left to our own devices. It was quiet in the good way. Terns worked the middle of the river a couple of times, darting and flashing. A muskrat left a V behind it across a slow pool. There was a low hum of insects and a few peepers going, even though it wasn't spring anymore. We got a few bites before dark. Nothing to brag about, just that comfortable pressure on a line that tells your hands they remember the rhythm. The sun slid down and the air got heavier. We lit the fire, let it get to good coals, and sat with our boots toward it. Dad told the same story he always tells around the first fire of a trip about the time he fell into the White River trying to free a snag. I've heard it 100 times. I didn't stop him. He fell asleep in his chair for a bit, head back, mouth open, that half snore, half rattle that isn't quite a snore yet. I cleaned up the pan and listened to the river. When we crawled into the tent, the air was that kind of sticky you get when a river puts out more cool than the ground can handle. The nylon had picked up the day's heat and held it close. I lay on top of my bag at first because I don't do well being wrapped up when it feels like you're breathing soup. Dad was out in minutes. The snoring came proper then, a slow, steady thing that you can't be mad at because it's just him being alive next to you. I had almost rolled into sleep when I heard it. Way off. Not behind us where the road was. Not downriver where the bend goes out of sight. Across. Up on the far tree line where the river sits back in a little bowl. It was a whoop. I don't have a better word. If you've heard one, you know it. Not an owl. Owls do those haunting calls that go up and down, but they sit in set patterns you can hum back. Not a coyote. A coyote gets yippy, and the pack sets each other off until it sounds like laughter. This was one long, clean whoop with a rise, and then a drop like a person cupping hands and sending voice out across water. It came again a minute later, not the exact same note. Lower. Then another one farther down responded. Then silence. Then a third one closer to the first. Again. Quiet. Like the place had sucked in a breath and then let it go. Then a scream. It wasn't Hollywood. It wasn't some banshee nonsense. It was a scream that started like a whoop and then stretched out until it was a long, ripping sound that felt like it pushed air through the trees. I could feel it in my chest. The fire we'd let go down to coals felt suddenly very small through the tent fabric. Dad snored through it. My forearms went tight, the skin on my back went cold, even though the air was warm. Another scream answered from the other side of the bend, then a quieter whoop like a question. Then the first voice again, shorter this time, as if it was done with talking. I told myself all the normal things: owls, coyotes, loons if they happen to be around. I've heard owls do weird stuff. I've heard foxes make sounds that put hair up on your neck. I lay there and did that list in my head while my stomach turned into a fist. The sounds stopped for a while. When they stop after a run like that, the quiet turns heavy. You try to sink into sleep while your ears strain, and it's the worst. I sweat more. The tent felt too small. Dad rolled and did a different snore for a stretch. I kept my breathing even because pretending to be calm helps sometimes, even when everyone knows you're not. An hour later, maybe two, time is bad in a tent. You could feel the shift again. Sound comes before reason. The whoops came back, not as far this time. One off to our left up past the gravel bar, then one answering downriver. Dad's snoring hitched and stopped. I heard him exhale like a man annoyed at being awake for a dumb reason. I pulled the zipper very slowly and slid out. The night was thick. The fire was a bed of red and grey, with a few small flames licking the corners of a half-burned log. The river was a dark ribbon with a few little rolls showing where water hit rock. I stepped into my boots barefoot, stood in the warm sand, and did something I should have thought harder about. The sounds had stuck to me, and I wanted to know what would happen if I tried. I cupped my hands over my mouth and gave 3 whoops, spaced out the way I was hearing them. I didn't shout. I sent the sound out over the water and into the trees with enough air behind it to carry, not enough to wake everything that could hold a grudge. 2 whoops came back. The first came quick, right after my third, like someone on the other side of a basketball court snapping back. It was sharp and strong. The second was a half-beat later, from slightly downriver, lower and shorter. Every inch of me went electric. You know how your arms get bumps when you're cold? This wasn't that. This was like my nerves themselves stood up. I felt it crawl through me, like my body didn't appreciate the fact that I'd joined a conversation without introducing myself. I heard Dad stir in the tent. He pushed out, rubbing his face, eyes small with sleep. And he didn't much care for the way my face looked because he put his hand on my shoulder and squeezed once without saying anything. We kept our voices down like we were in a church. I told him what I'd done and what came back. He frowned at the tree line like an old guy does when his gut isn't happy. We both stood there like idiots, staring at a dark wall of trees across water you couldn't even see moving. The night had that full sound of insects, and then it pulled back again, like someone pulling a blanket off. Steps started on the far side, not a deer, not a rabbit, not something light. They were big steps, slow, and they were in no hurry. They crunched through dry stuff where the river had dropped earlier in the season, and left a lace of brittle bark and limbs along the edge. We put a couple of pieces of wood on the fire without looking away. It felt wrong to make the fire bigger, like it would call things to us. But it felt worse to leave it small. The new wood caught slow, smoke thick and grey at first, and drifted down the line of river, and the smell didn't feel like comfort anymore. A branch snapped clean on the far side, not a twig but a good wrist-thick thing that had held as long as it could and then gave. Dad did that little inhale through his nose that told me he was feeling the same thing I was. Then came the knock, and I don't think I'll ever forget it. It wasn't a random crack or some loose limb falling. It was a single, hard hit. Wood on wood. A heartbeat later, a long howl came out of the tree line, as close as I'd ever want it, right at that distance where your brain goes from, I'm hearing a noise, to, I am in this with a thing that knows where I am. It wasn't the long, ripping scream from earlier. It was lower, drawn out, irritated, like an answer I shouldn't have asked for. It pushed on us, on the fire, on the night. The little flames looked too small and weak against it. I have never felt like a fire was a toy until that second. Everything in me wanted to crawl inside the tent and zip the world out. I didn't move. Dad didn't move either. We stood in the thin ring of light like fools and listened to the big steps come a few paces closer and then stop. It didn't stomp around. It didn't run at us. It just let us hear it enough to know it was there and big, and that the ground there was covered in things that broke when it stood on them. It was the most controlled kind of approach. The kind that says without words, "You feel me now." That was the moment that put the real fear into me. The earlier screams were awful. This was worse. It was a few steps in a line that put a giant shape just outside the part of my world I could see to make sure I understood something very simple. This wasn't my place. We didn't shine lights out. That felt like the wrong move. I didn't want to paint whatever that was and then have to see it look back. We kept the fire a little fed, and we kept our voices to that barely there level where you can hear someone's breath between words. We weren't making a plan. There wasn't a plan. The river made its little noise because rivers don't stop for anyone. The bugs did their constant hum when the quiet loosened up. Every once in a while a step would come again, and then a part of the night would answer from another angle, not on us, just moving on the same line like a slow orbit. When the wind turned, the smell of wet soil came across, and something else, a hot animal smell like a hoofed animal that had been standing in the sun too long, only heavier. It would drift and be gone. Time stretched out. I didn't check a watch. There was no point. The stars turned and the trees stayed black, and the fire kicked and collapsed and got fed and did it again. At some point, we stopped expecting another scream and started bracing for just being there, waiting for nothing to happen. That's its own kind of awful. Every time a piece of wood shifted in the coals, it sounded like someone taking a step behind us. Dad sat once, and then stood again, like sitting made him feel less ready, as if ready was a thing we could be. I kept thinking of stupid things I've heard on TV and in stories. The worst was the part where my brain thought of the 3 whoops I'd sent out and got back, and how I'd basically knocked on somebody's door in a place where I wasn't going to go inside. The more I turned that around, the harder it was to stop my hands from shaking. I didn't whoop again. I didn't want to put a second piece on a pile I already couldn't lift. At some point, a thin grey showed up low in the trees downriver. You tell yourself the worst of the night is over when that happens. The steps had gone quiet by then. No more cracks, no more movement at the edge. The first bird, a killdeer, sounded off down on the gravel bar with that annoying insistence it has. The night relented. Dad didn't say anything for a long time. Then he did that small nod he does and told me to start packing. We didn't argue. We didn't stick around for coffee. We broke down the tent and shook sand off and stuffed it without caring how nice it would be the next time. We doused the fire until the hiss stopped and the white ash went dark. We loaded the rods without looking at the water. The whole time, we kept looking at the far tree line like we were expecting a shape to peel off and let us see what we'd been hearing. It never did. On the way out, the ruts jolted the truck and made the cooler clunk against the bed, and every clunk set my teeth on edge. Back on the county road, the radio didn't go on. Dad drove with his hands too high on the wheel, and his eyes did a different kind of scan than usual, as if the tree line by a cornfield could decide to walk at us. We didn't talk until the gas station near town put a patch of normal back over us. We only said normal things there. People around us bought coffee, wore uniforms, laughed, stood at the counter with lottery tickets. I felt like I had river sand in my mouth that I couldn't spit out. Mom laughed when we told her later. Not mean. She made a joke about maybe it being the big hairy guy you see on TV, said the word everyone says. I didn't laugh back. I couldn't get the sound of that long, irritated howl out of my ears. I tried to tell her it wasn't coyotes and it wasn't owls. and she patted my arm because that's what she does when she thinks we're making a mountain out of something we'll laugh about in a week. I didn't push it. She wasn't in the thin firelight, listening to a weight move, like it knew where we were better than we knew where it was. We went back to fish other rivers over the years. I've stood by water at night since. I can do it. But something in me sits up when the woods go quiet too fast now, and I take it as a sign to let a place be, to leave the fire small and my mouth shut. I know the difference between a dog's bark at a far farmhouse, a barred owl trying to be a monkey, a fox screaming like a baby, and that other sound. You can't unlearn it once you've heard it. The way it pushes the world back for a second. The way you feel it in your chest, and not just in your ears. That night on the West Fork, I felt the line between ours and theirs straighten and get tight, and I knew which side I stood on. I kept waiting, even as we rolled out, for one last sound to tie it off. One more whoop, one more knock. Anything. We got nothing. The river did its river. The birds woke up, and the night just let go like a hand sliding off your shoulder. In the months after, on certain nights, I still catch myself standing on my porch in the small hours because something down in the timber a mile off will make the wrong kind of noise. I listen for a second answer, and it doesn't come. It's just like that night. It happened, then stopped. Out there, at the edge of a too small fire, the last sound I remember isn't even the howl. It's the crack of a big footstep on a dry stick, and the feeling of the air changing, and then nothing. Just us, breathing too loud in our own ears, and the understanding that we weren't the loudest thing anymore. I don't have any better way to explain it than that. Story 15. I wasn't looking for anything. I was just trying to get home the fast way, which meant taking the old road instead of the highway everyone uses now. If you're from rural Arkansas, you know the kind of road I mean. 2 narrow lanes of patched blacktop, tar snakes glistening in the headlights, trees leaning in so it feels like you're driving through a tunnel. There are places where the shoulder is nothing but leaves and a ditch, and past that, the land either drops off or climbs up so steep and slick you don't walk it in dry weather, let alone after dark. It was late, past midnight, into that stretch where the radio starts to annoy more than help, and the heater makes that old plastic smell. I'd been at a friend's place longer than I meant to. I was tired, but not falling asleep. I had my high beams on, because there's almost never anyone else out there at that hour, and I like to see as far into the tunnel as the car will let me. It was warm even at night, that heavy southern air that carries the smell of wet leaves and a little bit of river mud. I had a coffee cup in the console that had gone lukewarm and bitter, and I kept telling myself I'd throw it out at the next gas station, which was miles away. I remember exactly where the spot is because I've driven it so many times. There's a slow bend to the left where the trees on both sides reach across and make a canopy. The right side dips hard off the shoulder. Leaves pile there all year because the wind pushes them and they don't have anywhere else to go. The ditch is deep in that spot, and past it, the bank drops down again so steep I wouldn't take it in the daytime with good boots. You can't tell from the road until you're right on it. The pavement is crowned and the paint line is chewed to nothing. I had the car at a sensible clip because deer will step right out of those trees like they own the place, and I'd already seen 2 cross that night. I came around the bend and it was just there, standing dead center in my lane. No warning, no side movement. 1 second, empty tunnel. Next second, something huge in the beam, like the road had grown a person out of its own shadow. I hit the brakes hard enough the seatbelt locked and bit my shoulder. The front end dipped and the tire noise went up into that thin whine you only get when rubber is on the edge of giving up. The anti-lock chattered. My heart did that ugly flip where you feel hot and cold at the same time. The car came to a sideways stop I didn't plan. For a breath, everything in me was waiting for the thud of impact that didn't come. It wasn't a deer, it wasn't a cow, it wasn't a hog, it wasn't a person. It was too tall, too wide, too wrong in all the ways a body can be wrong and still be a body. The hair drank the light, dark, heavy, hanging. The head sat low into a neck that wasn't really a neck, more a thick join between head and shoulders. Those shoulders were so wide they made the lane look smaller. The arms hung long, not long like a lanky guy, long like the elbows wanted to live lower than any person's elbows have a right to. It stood there with the head pitched a little down, like it was used to looking along a line beneath its brow. We looked at each other. I don't say that to be dramatic. That's what it felt like. The beam caught it full and it didn't flinch. No eye shine like you get with deer. No cartoon glow. Just deep-set eyes under that heavy ridge. And this unreadable expression that still translated anyway. You saw me. You shouldn't have. People talk about fight or flight like they're the only two gears. There's a third one, and it's the one I hit. Freeze. I had both hands locked high on the wheel like the wheel could be a barrier. My foot stayed hard on the pedal, my mouth went dry, and my jaw clenched so tight I felt it in my ears. The heater fan hummed. Some bug hit the windshield and smeared into a dark arc. The clock on the dash kept its dumb, steady glow. Inside the car felt too small and too bright. Everything outside felt too close and too dark. It didn't stay there long. It didn't lunge or make any big show. It turned, smooth and powerful in a way you don't see outside of big animals that know their weight, and crossed the rest of the lane in one long step. It was moving before I knew it had decided to move. It hit the shoulder, and I heard leaves whisper just once. Then it went down that leaf-slick bank like it was walking across a flat yard. No slip, no slide, no hand out to catch or balance. Gone. The space where it had been was empty, and the trees swallowed it, and the road was just a road again. I sat there breathing too fast and not fast enough. I felt like my chest wasn't working right. I pulled the shifter into drive without remembering I had done it, and the car rolled forward a few feet like it was an animal that wanted to sniff. I put the high beams on and aimed them at the place where it had dropped off. The light turned the leaves that weird white color they get, unnatural, all texture and no depth. You could see the edge of the ditch, and then beyond that, nothing but the slope. I grew up in places like this. I know how to talk myself into and out of fear. I told myself to get out and look because my brain wanted to turn this into something it could file. I grabbed the flashlight off the seat, one of those long ones that takes big batteries and weighs like a club. I opened the door and the night hit me, all warm and quiet. I stepped onto the asphalt and set one foot on the shoulder. The gravel popped under my boot. The beam caught the leaves and made shadows where every shadow looked like a shape until you held the light steady and made it behave. Nothing. No broken branches, no scuff marks, no place where a heel slipped and plowed a furrow that a person would make. Leaves. A uniform, smooth mat of them, lying like a blanket over the slope. I played the light left and right, up and down, and the only things that moved were the tiny things that always move in leaves when you point a light at them, little bugs minding their business. I tried to listen for retreat noise, a big body making distance. That's when I realized how quiet it was. You don't notice frogs and bugs until they stop. They had been doing their summer chorus, and now they weren't. The constant whir dropped out. The night pressed in. The creek that usually broadcasts itself from somewhere nearby turned into background. I could hear my own breath loud. A little sweat ran down my spine under my shirt and felt cold, even in the warm air. The flashlight felt too small and too bright and too heavy all at once. I aimed the beam across the ditch into the trees and told myself this was dumb. Even if there had been footprints, that slope wouldn't hold them. Leaves take what you give them, and then they close over like water. The bank beyond was at an angle that made my ankles ache just looking at it. The bark there is always slick with moss, and the layer under the leaves is always damp. If I had tried to follow, I'd have just slid down into the black and been worse off for it. Whatever that was knew how to move there. I didn't. I backed up without meaning to, 2 steps, and caught the side of my boot heel on the edge of the pavement and nearly went down. It jolted me back into my body enough to realize I'd been out in the lane too long like an idiot. I got in the car and shut the door, and the chunk of it felt too loud. I clicked the locks without having decided to. I stared at the spot for a long beat, and nothing else happened. The insects slowly let sound back into the night like a volume knob turning up. I drove the rest of the way home at a crawl, shoulders tight, eyes flicking from the tunnel to the mirrors and back until it gave me a headache. I didn't tell anyone that night. I didn't have words I wanted to say out loud. The next day, I slept longer than I meant to, and then I got in my truck and drove back in the daylight, because that's how I deal with things. I need to see the shape of it when the sun is out. In daylight, the bend looked like it always does. The slope looked even worse, steeper than my headlights make it look, deeper than my eyes had let it be. The leaves had already settled from whatever I had seen. I looked for broken ferns, scuffed dirt. I found nothing I would point at and argue about. A squirrel chattered at me and made me feel dumb. I went back 2 more times that week. I don't know what I thought I was going to find. A print, a hair caught on a branch, anything. The leaves looked back at me each time, like a face with no expression. Trucks went by in 2s and 3s. The people in them didn't look at me because everybody minds their business out there. If you pull over in a place like that for a long time, someone will eventually stop and ask if you need help. And I didn't want to explain why I was standing in ditch light staring at nothing, so I didn't stay long. People will ask what it looked like exactly, and I wish I had clean details for you the way TV shows want. It was big, it was covered in dark hair, it stood with its head low and its arms long, its shoulders were too wide for any human I've seen. It moved in a way that made the ground look easy. It was there and then it wasn't. The part that stuck was the stare. Still, flat, not curious, not friendly, not even hateful. Measuring. 2 living things looking at each other and realizing neither of us expected to be seen by the other in that exact place. I've heard black bear rumors here and there in that part of the state. I've seen wild hogs in daylight, and their shape is their shape, and there's no mistaking them. I've had deer freeze and catch my headlights and become statues for a handful of seconds before they bolt. I've had dogs from someone's house run out into the road and give me a start. I've worked nights. I've been in weird places at bad times. This was not any of those. You can call it whatever you want. I haven't called it anything out loud because I don't have to. I know what my body did. I know the way my hands went numb and the stupid way my jaw hurt after like I'd been clenching it for an hour. I know the way the silence hits you hard, like a door shutting when something big decides it's done with you. Since then, I've taken that road less at night. Not because I'm afraid of the shape itself showing up and pulling my door open or anything like that. It's because that curve holds a piece of me now that I don't like driving past in the dark. On the times I have come through late, I slow down before the bend without deciding to. I click my high beams down for no one because it feels rude to blast that light into the tunnel when you don't know what's in it. I turn off the radio. My shoulders go up toward my ears like they're trying to protect something vital. 2 months after, I came through around the same hour. It was one of those thick, bug-loud nights where the air swallows your headlights and the world outside the tunnel feels crowded. I told myself I'd stop being a child, and I rolled the window down a crack as I approached the spot. The night smell came in, damp leaves, a little creek somewhere, old wood. I let the car ease through the bend. I aimed the beam at the same shoulder out of habit. The leaves looked the same as they always do in that light, right at the apex of the curve, with the trees forming that tight arch. Something small slid. Not big, not dramatic. A single sheet of leaves on the slope gave and slid a foot, then stopped. It made a sound like a handful of dry paper being shuffled, and then the underside wet caught it, and it went quiet. I tapped the brake without meaning to, and the nose of the car dipped, and the high beams threw the pattern on the trees a little higher and lower. I stared into that spot until my eyes watered. Nothing else moved. The bugs, which had been screaming their little choir, went silent for one count of 3, and then started up again in a rush. I pulled over 40 yards past the bend into a little wide place where the ground is slightly more gravel than leaves. I sat with my hazards off because the flash made me feel like I was announcing something. I took the flashlight and stepped out and stood at the edge of the pavement, beam down low so I wouldn't blind myself. The night didn't lean in and it didn't back off. It just held me there in it. A minute passed, then 2. A whip poor Will called down the road. A dog barked way off where there's a farm nobody admits to. And then, from the spot where the leaves had slid, a single small sound came out, like a toe testing soil, like a pebble clicking against another. Then nothing. No retreat. No approach. Just that one sound. I stood until my legs started to get that useless tremble, and I put myself back in the car and drove on. That's where this lives now. Not in a big ending, not in a photo. In the way a section of road changed for me. In the memory of a dark shape standing too still in my lane. The way my headlights flattened it, and it flattened me back with a look. The way it turned and went over leaves like they were a hallway. And the way everything dropped to a silence so heavy I could feel it on my skin. I don't have a better story to end with than this. It happened and then it stopped. I'm still stuck on that stop. Every time I come around that bend, I half expect to see the tunnel clear and empty, and half expect to see it fill up again in a blink. I don't know what name to give it. I don't need one. I just know that in that little piece of Arkansas, at that curve under those trees, there is something big and fast and a lot more at home in the dark than I will ever be. And that last little click from the slope, the night holding its breath and then letting go, I still don't have any way to explain that to myself, except to sit there and listen for the next sound that never comes.